I'd like to welcome Superintendent McGee.
Thank you so much, Janae. Welcome everybody. I'm reviewing all your names and see some of our school leaders in the audience. We have our district attorney, Steve Wagstaff, in the house. Steve, welcome to this really important conversation. Thank you for being here. If there are any other representatives of elected officials in San Mateo County, could you raise your virtual hand so I can be sure and acknowledge you? Your power and influence in this space in this county is so important, and we certainly want to recognize you for being here. So do we have any other elected officials? Mr. Wagstaff, do you want to just say a quick hello to everybody?
Yeah, well, good morning, Nancy. Thank you. Thank you for holding this. I think it's a particularly important topic, and I'm so pleased you have such good attendance. Good morning to everybody.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and provide some context for how this conversation enters the education space. I am entering my 40th, nearing, I should say, my 40th year in education. And I spent 20 years in the classroom as a high school teacher. During that time, I was able to see kids right in front of me, monitor their health and wellness every single day, check in with their parents, keep tabs on them. And then as a leader and you move out of the classroom and into a larger landscape, you start to lose that connection with the physical, visual wellness check of students in front of you. But I have to say that, those 20 years in the classroom I spent in San Diego, and in my time there, I was fortunate to cross paths with our Deputy Superintendent, Janae Luttrell. I think it was 1999 that we first met. And we leaned in together on some racial justice issues in our community at the time. Unfortunately, had a very serious opportunity to bond together after we also experienced a school shooting tragedy on our campus where 2 young people were killed, 13 other people were significantly injured, and we had a 15-year-old kid who made a really bad decision and has spent the rest of his life in prison. It was a tragic, deeply tragic experience. But together, I have to say that I've learned so much from Janae Luttrell's leadership. Little did I know that I had so much more to learn after that experience. But we were working on a project around attendance, chronic absenteeism in San Diego. And Janae was working at an alternative school, really digging deep with a particular student who had chronic absenteeism. And the questions and the support around that student started to uncover something that I don't think we were at the time in education really connecting to student safety and student wellness. And what Janae and her work was able to uncover around this child, this student, was that she was being exploited, commercially, sexually exploited, which was a directly resulted in her chronic absenteeism and her sporadic enrollment in various school campuses. So Janae, being the warrior for young people on the planet, really worked very closely with partners in law enforcement, in child and family services, in the public health space, to pull a multidisciplinary team together and put tools in place to be able to assess and support children who were being exploited. And one of the things we had to battle in that Janae actually took on was her amazing rapport with our law enforcement partners and helping them deconstruct the mindset that these children are criminals, but more that they are victims, and that we have to be able to talk about their humanity, their vulnerability, and their youth as as all the reasons why we needed to break down existing mindsets that didn't build bridges to restoration and healing. So, you know, Janae really is a hero in this space. In San Diego, a lot of the speakers you're going to hear today are coming from the San Diego experience, because there was a larger 1.5 year long operation that actually blew apart a commercial gang network around commercially sexually exploiting children right under our noses in our schools. So bringing that conversation to San Mateo, which you know, is a when we you know, I came to San Mateo in 2010, a complete stranger to the community. So I don't bring with me this long-standing 25-year relationship with families and children. You know, you were my teacher and you were my principal. Started brand new. And in these 10 years, we have broken through these conversations. And today is a real testament to the power of a strong leader who's all about the child and their wellness and their future. And that's Janae. So I can't thank Janae enough for teaching me so much about this. We now have a, in our coalition, excuse me, our Coalition for Safe Schools and Communities work, we have a toolkit and training for all school leaders around commercially sexual exploitation. We're engaged in multi-agency conversations, working across sectors. And even more important, we've uncovered the fact that children in our community are being commercially exploited, and they need us, and they need you. So for you to take your time today to be here and learn and lean in into what can be a very uncomfortable conversation is all about your courage and your ability to pay it forward, to take it forward, and to really dig deep into your communities and make a difference. It's never going to be an easy conversation, but the more you learn, the more confidence you have in the space, because in the end, it's all about kids who have a whole life ahead of them, and kids who don't have advocates, allies, and protectors in their life like many of our children do. They need us to step into this space. So thank you for being here today. I'm going to be in and out. I can't wait to hear from all our amazing speakers, and I'm going to hand it back to you, my hero, Deputy Superintendent Janae Luttrell.
Wow. Thank you, Nancy. And so appreciate your, the decades of support and the partnerships to do what we need to do in our systems to support students. So it does take committed individuals and committed individuals together, such as your leadership with the team you've built, is how we move the needle towards the right direction for young people. So I can't thank you enough for prioritizing this topic. And I also want to say that you were way too complimentary to the role I had played, because I was a member of a really dynamic team, committed. Charisma de Los Reyes is one of our speakers. We get to hear from her from the beginning. I would say she was my first mentor. And just to bring humility conversation, we asked each of you, where are you in your journey of learning this topic? And many of the folks here today I'm new and we welcome you to this conversation. And we do have folks that, I've been in the field for many years, and to some extent, I would consider myself an expert. That's wonderful that we have a group of folks here, regardless of where we are in our own understanding, but we're moving forward. And on the humility topic, I remember it was over 10 years ago being in a community meeting, and I was representing the school district, and I had just started to understand we had a trend of exploitation, some activity on campus that was happening during lunchtime. And with my ignorance but commitment, I remember saying in a meeting, yes, and I really need some support, because what we've learned is that we have some students that are being prostituted at a high school campus. And Charisma, with her, whom I had never met, came to me afterwards and said, so Janae, there's a term called CSEC, and it's called commercially sexually exploited children. And that's the terminology. With such grace and kindness, she came and welcomed me to learn the terminology and the ways to do this approach. And that's exactly, I think, the umbrella that we want to have today. I know sometimes folks can get caught up saying, I don't know the right terminology. I don't know how to refer to this. We're going to have a commitment of grace. Folks are here today because they want to learn, and they want to learn to do the right thing together. And I am confident, and because I can say this now after having been here 5 years and having worked with folks on our planning committee, both before the planning of today and in working with young people, we have what it takes here. We have the brilliance, we have the commitment, we have the passion to do right by kids. So I'm confident that some of the same mechanisms and structures, they're already in place here. We already have some of the foundation. And yet with every community, we have a lot more road ahead. We have a lot more we can build. But you joining that conversation in whatever discipline you're representing, you're connected to a family, to friends, to your neighborhood, to your work environment, you have powerful influence and advocacy and voices. And that's what we're hoping to, as an outcome today, to just come together, learn together, strengthen our own voice, kind of determine what voice do we want to have collectively in this space? Where do we want to move San Mateo County? We fortunately have folks like our DA, Mr. Wagstaff. We have committed to doing what we can. Now, having said that, we also have some children that are currently being trafficked, and we know that. Is my internet breaking out?
Yeah, a little bit, but you're doing okay.
Okay. But what I wanted to say is, while we've made progress, today we have on this call educators, law enforcement partners, mental health partners, social service partners. We have some, I don't know, but it appears to be some citizens that have gotten word of this, and they're wanting to join the conversation. We know we have really committed, caring adults that are here to join the conversation. I do want to say a few things up front. We are recording the event today. We want to capture the brilliance, but I do want to just remind everybody that today is being recorded, not in the breakout sessions. For today, what is going to happen is we get to have Charisma and Sierra ground us and get us all focused in the same direction with same common understanding as we move forward. Then we are going to have a time for a little bit of grounding in what does this look like in San Mateo County. And what I can tell you is we will do our best to let you know what we understand is happening in San Mateo County. But as is true in every county, the data is just a snapshot. And so if we over rely on numbers, and we'll unpack that more today, sometimes we can miss the scope and prevalence. And then we're really excited also to have Nola Brantley, who's a national expert, join us in the afternoon. And the backdrop to this entire day, as you know, is human trafficking, CSEC in particular, but labor also. It's a human rights issue, and it's an incredible social justice issue. And what we see is there are vulnerabilities, and disproportionately certain populations, certain communities have more vulnerabilities and risk factors. And we see that play out in who is being victimized And, you know, when we look, one of the things we did is did a social autopsy and kind of did a who's been identified as a victim. And we see disproportionately students with disabilities. We see disproportionately families, you know, from impoverished backgrounds. We see disproportionately students that have trauma histories, specifically child sexual abuse histories. And those are the folks that need us to intervene, to be the buffers, to offset the risk factors so that they can grow to be thriving adults in our schools and our communities. So that's a lot said. We have a lot to get to, but I do want to just give a couple housekeeping things. One recommendation is when speakers are presenting, to put the speaker view on your upper right-hand corner so you can see the PowerPoints. Just know that all the presentations and all the notes will be sent your way after today. So you can be present. Of course, you can take notes, but you can also know this stuff is coming your way. We will have Mary McGrath, our Executive Director of Safe and Supportive Schools. She'll be monitoring the chat. So please feel free to drop questions in there. I also mentioned that we're going to have a breakout session. Let's be honest, oftentimes that's when cameras go off or people drop off. I really just want to invite you to stay in the conversation, even if it's just listening, because it's really critical that we do come in space together. And there's no judgment, there's just appreciation. And on that note, I very much want to call out and appreciate the planning committee. Shalane Peterson has been the rock keeping us all on task, which is not an easy task. So Shalane Peterson, thank you so much. We also have Lori Thomas from Rape Trauma Services, Amanda Freeman from Rape Trauma Services, Mary McGrath has been leading this effort, Renee Verissis and Rosanna Anderson. And we also have Charisma de Los Reyes and Sierra, who have been joining us in the last couple months getting us ready for today, as well as Dr. Carle. So with that said, I think we're ready to start our learning and our shared experience today. So I am going to pass over to you, Charisma.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. I am experiencing some unstable internet connection, and what I find helps sometimes is when I turn my video off. So I'm so sorry about that, but I don't want to be kicked off the Zoom. So if you don't mind, I will go ahead and stop sharing or turn my video off, sorry. And then I will switch over to our Canva. I apologize, I'm having some.
Are you there, Charisma?
I am, 1 second, sorry.
Charisma, are you talking?
No, sorry,
Okay.
I'm just trying to get to the Canva.
I just want to make sure we didn't lose you completely.
Yes, so sorry about that. Okay, I'm getting it together. Hold on 1 second.
No worries, Charisma, you got this.
Okay, what screen are you all seeing right now?
Your face,
Okay, my face. All right. Okay, and then now are you seeing the Canva?
No.
No, still not. Okay, sorry, there's an under layer. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm so sorry. We had this yesterday.
No
Okay.
worries.
Now are you seeing the Canva?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so this screen here, before we get started with our presentation, you can go to www.menti.com or take your camera phone and scan the QR code that's right here. And this will take you to the Mentimeter survey, which is what we will be using throughout our presentation so that folks can participate in different interactive activities. So everyone, please go ahead and scan that barcode or open a browser and go and type in menti.com. And if you're in a browser, the code that you'll need will be 8674-2878. And we'll give folks just a few minutes to do that.
Shalane also placed the code in the chat.
Excellent.
Thank you, Shalane.
All right. Now that everybody has had a chance to do that, we will go ahead and practice. Sorry. All right, is everyone seeing the, does everyone see the Mentimeter?
We see the first slide you showed us.
Okay. All right, so the question is everyone seeing the Mentimeter where they can actually see the first question?
Oh, on our phones?
Yes, on your phones or in your browser, in a separate browser?
I was able to see it.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the first question is choose an option that best describes the discipline or sector that you work in. Okay, great. So the majority of us, it looks like, are from schools, followed by folks in behavioral health, community-based folks, followed by child welfare, juvenile justice, and then other. So great. Thank you so much for practicing and participating in this first survey. So now you have a feel of what the interactive activities will be like as we move through our presentation today. Okay, now I'm going to my next slide. All right, so we want to start off by saying thank you to the San Mateo County Office of Education for organizing and hosting this space where we can come together to share our collective concern and advocacy for children who are at risk, have been involved, or continue to be involved in the commercial sex trade, especially children of color. Recognizing that CSEC is a social justice issue is the first step towards ensuring that every child is entitled to a childhood. As we go through our presentation today, if you'd like to ask a question, you can type it into the Q&A, and the Q&A and the chat box will be monitored by Mary. And so if there are any questions, we will do our best to pause in each section to answer them. And so we will go ahead and start with introductions. Sierra?
Thank you, Charisma. Peace and blessings, audience. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Sierra Robinson, and I've been working hands-on with this unique population for the past 5 years as a lived experience advocate in this anti-trafficking movement right here in San Diego. In 2017, I founded my nonprofit organization called Inspired Innovation, where we support formerly incarcerated citizens that have been impacted by trafficking with mentorship and enrollment support into GED trade school and colleges all over San Diego. In addition, I'm currently liaisoning for the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force to support with preventative measures. And previously, I offered direct ground service support to youth that have been affected by CSEC when I was working with San Diego Youth Services as a case manager in their STARS program. There, I would flourish as a social justice advocate while collaborating with systems such as child welfare system, the juvenile justice system, San Diego Rise Court, and San Diego school district systems. So supporting this population by using my personal lived experience background and trauma-informed practices is what really helps me in the work that I do in the community as a credible messenger for this topic. So once again, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning again. My name is Charisma de Los Reyes, and I'm very excited to be co-facilitating this keynote address with Sierra this morning. I am a project specialist with the San Diego County Office of Education in the Student Wellness and School Culture Department. I'm newer to the field of education as just having joined the SDCOE team about 1.5 years ago. But I have extensive experience as a social work practitioner in community organizing, program development, and public administration. In addition to this experience, I worked for San Diego County's Child Welfare Services Agency, where I was a policy analyst and the CSEC program coordinator. Presently, as a project specialist, I'm leading a federal grant program called Project SAFE, which stands for Safe from Exploitation, where the San Diego County Office of Education is working with 4 school districts to implement human trafficking prevention curriculum across 24 individual school sites. The goal of this grant is to train all school staff, including classified staff, and students in 7th and 9th grade in human trafficking prevention using the PROTECT curriculum. Sorry, my slides jumped. All right, Sierra?
Yes, thank you, Charisma. So in this age of trauma-informed practices, multi-tiered systems of support, and restorative justice practices in child serving systems, such as schools, CWS, and the juvenile justice system, the stats demonstrate that these systems continue to struggle with reducing trauma and closing the gap for improved outcomes for children of color. Nationally, Black students represent 31% of school-related arrests. Narrowing it down a little to LA County, where we see 85% of unidentified sex trafficking survivors have had prior child welfare involvement. And also, victims of child sex trafficking are frequently arrested for offenses such as trespassing or loitering for status offenses like truancy and running away. While we may have policies and procedures already in place to address the issue of child sex trafficking, the implementation of these policies remain uneven and or unfortunately inconsistent, meaning children of color are still overrepresented in these child serving systems and are disproportionately set on a trajectory that can result in poorer childhood after effects. Unfortunately, the very system that exists to protect and keep our children safe are also systems that will perpetuate oppression and cause more harm. Therefore, we need a whole child and contextual approach to better serve children who may be at risk or involved in the commercial sex trade. Our goal should be to prevent first-time CSEC victims from ever being exploited. Thank you, Chris. I love this slide. I'm sure that many of us have attended trainings, webinars focused on the topics of diversity and inclusion. We are in a critical time right now to change the status quo, where we acknowledge that people lead multifaceted, complex lives. We are affected by race, gender, social economics, schooling, immigration status, sexual orientation, all kinds of adversities. All of it matters as it colors the way by we experience the world. Over 30 years ago, Kimberly Williams Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality. Crenshaw described intersectionality in an interview with Times in 2020 as a lens, a prism, for seeing the way in which various forms of inequality often operate together and exacerbate each other. We tend to talk about race inequality as separate from inequality, based on gender, class, and sexuality, or immigrant status. But what's often missing is how some people are subjected to all of these experiences, not just some of it.
In California, it wasn't until 2016 that children were no longer being arrested for their own sexual victimization. It was extremely difficult for me prior to 2016 working in San Diego County's Child Welfare Agency to see children, primarily girls, being locked up in the hall for prostitution. Even though the federal law was clear in indicating that children under the age of 18 who were exchanging sex acts for something of value were considered commercially sexually exploited. As a child welfare investigator, in my opinion, it was sexual abuse. In my opinion, it was sexual abuse, but due to the perpetrator of the abuse, who was outside of the home at that time, it could not be a child protection issue and would stay a criminal issue. There were many instances where I pushed back against the system to advocate for child protection and safety entitlements. Children all over the world are in fact entitled to a safe, protective, and thriving childhood. However, we know that some children are forced to face situations that rob them of their childhood innocence. I want to point out that well after the establishment of the US child abuse and neglect laws, in 1989, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child, notably the most widely ratified treaty since its introduction over 30 years ago. There are 4 core principles of the convention: non-discrimination, devotion to the best interests of the child, the right to life, survival and development, and respect for the views of the child. The treaty has now been signed by 196 countries. The United States, however, has never sent the treaty to the Senate for approval, although it was assigned in 1995 by Madeleine Albright, who was the US ambassador to the United Nations at that time. A main concern for the reluctance in signing the convention is its implications for US law and how the convention may affect US sovereignty. The convention protects children's rights by setting standards in healthcare, education, and legal, civil, and social services, which is the most comprehensive human rights treaty on children's rights. This keynote aims to examine the impact of child-serving systems on childhood, explore the role of bias on decision-making at the system level, and finally, we'll share tools and best known practices to move towards a more socially just society where all children are entitled to a safe, protected, and thriving future. To do this, we must elevate our work by integrating a social justice framework again, to set children we encounter on a pathway that leads to healthy adulthoods. We'll first take a broader look at what we know about adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, are familiar with the foundational ACE study conducted by the CDC and Kaiser Permanente in the mid-1990s. The trauma-informed movement was based on this initial study that focused on how traumatic childhood events may negatively affect adult health. Over 17,000 participants were surveyed and found a direct link between childhood trauma and adult onset of chronic disease, incarceration, and employment challenges. The higher the number of ACEs, the greater the incident of negative outcomes, as captured in the ACE pyramid on the left. Then in 2015, the RISE Center adapted the pyramid, as seen on the right side of the ACE pyramid, to include 2 layers under complex trauma ACE that accounts for the role of historical trauma and social location in a person's health outcome. This revised model aligns better with the socio-ecological model and accounts for the influences of each sphere on health outcomes. So let's compare the pyramids at a national level. This graphic you see here displays data on the prevalence of ACEs from the original ACEs study and the expanded ACEs study shown on the right. In the first study, 17,000 participants, 69.9% of participants had at least one ACE. In the expanded ACEs study conducted by the Philadelphia ACE Project in 2015, 83.2% of participants had at least one ACE. Let's take a moment to consider the differences between the prevalence of ACEs in the original study, which is childhood abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction, and the expanded ACE study, which includes community level stressors, such as generational embodiment, historical trauma, and race, social conditions, and local context. Such implications of intergenerational trauma like community violence, neighborhood safety, racism, and living in foster care can have an effect on a person. The link between ACEs and challenges in adulthood is critical to us to understand human trafficking work. In 2017, a publication on human trafficking of minors and childhood adversity in Florida, researchers found that children with higher ACE scores are more at risk of trafficking. Although a higher ACE score is strongly linked to various long-term challenges, it is not the final or only predictor. Carefully tailored interventions can successfully shift the trajectory of someone with a high ACE score, meaning we can always do more in the area of prevention. So what does ACEs look like in California? In this bar chart, you can see how many adults in California during 2018-2019 reported their number of ACEs. The chart is also broken down by race and ethnicity. I just want to note that at the time of reporting of this brief, there was missing data for adults who identified as Black. The good thing, basically, that we can just take from this slide is that while more people across all races and ethnicities reported having no ACEs, we need to take a look at what that meant then for people of color as ACEs increased. But for people who indicated that they had at least one ACE, 20.3% were white, followed by the Hispanic Latino population at 17.2% and 13.1% for all other or multiple races. At the 2 or more ACEs category is where we begin to see a shift. The Hispanic Latino population with 2 or more ACEs surpassed white folks by 6%. Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, California Surgeon General, notes that 1 in 6 Californians, 16.7%, has an ACE score of 4 or higher. Adults with an ACE score of 4 or more are approximately 3 times more likely to smoke, binge drink, and engage in risky sexual behavior. They're nearly 12 times more likely to be the victim of sexual violence after they've turned 18 years old. She adds the variations come in looking at across economic status, where poorer people tend to have higher ACE scores than wealthier people, and in health access. People with high ACE scores have much less access to physicians and health services than people with low ACE scores. And what does then ACEs look like for our children? Between 2016, 2019, the number of ACEs in California reported by a parent by a child's race ethnicity is depicted here. California's total child population was over 39 million in 2018. Based on total population according to race and ethnicity, African-American Black children were overrepresented compared to other groups of children. Children with 2 or more ACEs were Black children, 19.5% had 2 or more ACEs, Hispanic, Latino children, 17.1%, white children, 11.8%, and then finally other multiple races at 10.4%. Sierra, did you want to add anything to this slide?
Yes, because I'm a survivor myself, I definitely want to let the audience know that the first time I came into contact with the juvenile justice system, I was actually experiencing at least 3 ACEs, those ACEs being sexual abuse, substance abuse, and witnessing family abuse. And so it definitely, I like this slide because it helps us be mindful. The fact that a lot of races didn't have access to appropriate mental health resources. So when it comes to our children, a lot of times in the CSEC world, we're coming at them knowing that they have a lot of untreated PTSD. Thank you, Charisma.
Sure, thank you. All right, so our second interactivity, go ahead and scan that barcode or return to your browser where you had it open before. And please answer the question, were you already familiar with the expanded ACEs? So go ahead and take a few moments to log in your answers. Excellent. Okay, so it looks like about 63% of us we're already familiar with the expanded ACEs, and that's okay for the others that answered no, because we'll definitely continue to bring up the importance of those 2 additional layers to that ACE pyramid, because as we mentioned earlier, we know that place matters.
I'm excited to see that people are familiar with ACEs.
Yes, and expanded ACEs as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Sierra.
Thank you. So now we're going to segue into what impact can child serving systems have on childhood? And so what does this mean? And what does it mean to San Mateo County in particular? As mentioned before, systems are striving for equality and equity, but this continues to be the reality that we all don't start in the same place. I'm sure most of us have heard some version of this saying, it's widely popular, to explain the different experiences felt during the pandemic, recently with COVID-19. While we may all be experiencing the same storm, we're not all in the same boat. And these different experiences are most apparent in the disproportionate representation of children of color. Disproportionality, the catch-all phrase that encompasses both over and underrepresentation, that is, representation that is not proportional. If we take a look at this chart, in 2019, a little over 1,600 children were living in San Mateo County. Breaking this down by race and ethnic, the largest population in San Mateo County are held by mostly white children at 34%, which are followed by our Latino children at 32%. And then our Asian American children make up 26%. Our multiracial children at 5%, and Black children in Mateo County right now are almost at 2%. Our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander children are at 1.4%, making the smallest percentage of children represented are the Alaskan Native and our Indian population at a 0.2%. So when we look deeper into the school system, let's examine the school system by enrollment now. So the total public school system, which is K through 12 enrollment in 2019, was at 94,234. Out of that, Latina children represented the largest population at 37.8%, followed by white children at 24.8%. Our Asian American students at 15.7%. Our Filipino students at 8.1%. Our multiracial students at 7%. Our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students at 1.8%. And Black students made up 1.4% of the school enrollment in 2019. School is often identified as the first part of the prison pipeline. And the factors that can be placed into the stream of the prison pipeline are suspensions, drop out of school, and etc.
Now let's look at which student populations were affected most by suspensions. During the 2018-2019 school year, where there was a total, right, remember, of over 94,000 students enrolled, this chart illustrates the number of students suspended by race, ethnicity for every 1,000 students. What is noted in red is the total percent of students by race, ethnicity out of the total student enrollment. We'll start with the white student population, which is the gray bar. White students made up 24.8% of all students enrolled, and only 1.74% of white students were suspended. Now let's compare this group to children of color. Black students fared the worst of students of color, the dark blue bar. While they only made up 1.4% of total student enrollment, they were 8.7% more likely to be suspended compared to the white student population. The next group of students most impacted were Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander students, which is the turquoise colored bar, who only represented 1.8% of all students, and they were suspended at a rate of 6.44. Again, remember, compared to white students who were being suspended at 1.74%. The gold bar represents American Indian, Alaska Native children. They were overrepresented for suspensions, similar to Native Hawaiians at 6.4%. However, they only represented 0.2% out of the total student population. Latinx students, the red bar represented 38.8%, and they were suspended at 4.6%, again, compared to white students. The pattern here is apparent, that widely children of color will be suspended at increased rates than their white counterparts. Now, many of you may be thinking, we already know this, but what does it mean to the individual student? And due to suspension, a student is now disconnected from school and, depending on their household, may very well be without adult supervision. I say all this to say that unsupervised children have the potential to get caught up, right? And we know this, in all sorts of shenanigans, when they're disconnected from safe, caring people. Sierra, did you want to share anything about the school to prison pipeline here?
Absolutely. I think it's important to recognize that the ACLU is committed to challenging the school to prison pipeline, which is a disturbing national trend where children are funneled out of the public school and into juvenile criminal justice system. Many of these children have learning disabilities, like we mentioned earlier, or histories of poverty and abuse or neglect, and would benefit from additional education and counseling services. But instead, they are isolated, punished, and pushed out. In my personal experience going through school in the state of Maryland, by the age of 15, I was already getting an amount of detention slips. By the age of 16, I was already receiving in-school and out-of-school suspensions for 3 days at a time. By then, it was really difficult for me to keep up with my grades and performance. So by 17, I was directed to an alternative school where I would graduate, not being able to walk across the stage with my peers. By then, I was introduced to the juvenile justice system, having picked up a case for shoplifting, which would then have me turn 18 with a 1-year county probation sentence. What's important about this timeline in my life is it wouldn't be until almost another 10 years later where I would come back into contact with law enforcement, and my juvenile record, while they say it is sealed, it can be used against you. Thank you, Charisma.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for sharing that, Sierra. In this chart, I know, sorry, I don't want to kind of, I know that these charts can be very dense, but, I think it's important that we acknowledge the data that is, that remains consistent. So even though we are, applying more models and practices to what we're doing, these numbers continue to persist. So we need to not only talk about trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, we actually need to do them. So this chart shows students not completing high school by race and ethnicity in 2018. In 2018, the total student enrollment was slightly higher at 95, at over 95,000 students. And I want to point you to that the red font indicates the number of students not completing high school by race ethnicity out of the total student population. So you also might see, or you're also seeing S's, which indicate there was missing data for Black students, for American Indian, Alaskan Native students, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and multiracial students. But where data was available in this time, we want to note that while Latinx children were represented the largest student population at 37.6%, they were dropping out of high school at the highest rate compared to white, Filipino, and Asian American students. This means in 2018, 3,255 Latinx students out of 35,771 students, Hispanic students, were dropping out of schools. And I just want to pause there because, again, we have to think about what were the contextual factors, contributing factors that impacted these students so much that they felt they just needed to drop out of school. And, there's a number of reasons, noted in literature, but I just want us to sit with that for a little while. All right, so now we turn to our child welfare system. So oftentimes when there are difficulties at school, there may be also difficulty in the home. As you can suspect or even know that the same pattern of overrepresentation continues to persist in this child serving system. So let's turn to San Mateo's Child Protective Services Agency and see how children fared here. We'll start with investigations. You can see that Black children are 3.61 more likely to be investigated. Latinx children, 2.04 more likely. Native American children, 1.24 more likely compared to their white counterparts. The next chart displays substantiated allegations. Black children are 4.73 times more likely to have substantiated allegations, right? Which means that there was a finding that child abuse or neglect in fact happened by a caregiver. Native American children are 3.882 times more likely. Latinx children are 2.2 times more likely. Again, all compared with their white counterparts. The same pattern continues where Black and brown children are more likely to first enter into care as well as remain in care longer than white children. So again, you can see the way the bars move. And so, when I was working for child welfare, I saw this reality where some children, of different ethnic groups were
like a cuckoo bird.
Were not adopted at the same rates as white children. And then also as children grew older, there was the stigma, right, for them that they, there was a reason why no one's adopting them, etc. Sierra, am I in the right? Yes.
Thank you, Charisma. And I just wanted to also throw out there for CWS, because they do get a bad rap, but I've noticed that they really have been moving from a reaction to more so of a responding. And they're really understanding their bias and raising consciousness, because they do really try to help and advocate for our CSEC youth. But now we want to segue into the juvenile justice system, where we pulled data from the 2019 probation annual report. When we looked at the report, we found that there was a total of 285 youth who were being supervised by probation, and then an additional 270 youth receiving other services, whether it be assessment or under investigation. So note that specifically, youth were identified as CSEC, but looking at the other categories, I can't help but wonder if any of these youth in the chart were screened for CSEC, and if any of these incidents by which they came into contact with probation might be related to exploitation. While we haven't focused as much on gender, because we'll dive a little deeper into that when we highlight the sexual abuse to prison study in the next section. I also want to say that when I was providing services to youth in San Diego, the common types of probation violations that the youth are experiencing are mainly low-level status offenses due to new laws and legislation being passed, where we can no longer charge our youth with loitering or prostitution. So it's not uncommon for our youth to relapse and engage into the life of CSEC, AWOL from guardians, group homes, foster homes, due to a lack of safe housing options. The disconnection from the education system and being pulled off track for their education achievement can also catch them a violation. Substance abuse relapse violation. And we may all agree that yes, this is a poor coping tool to try to help their mental health issues, but there also isn't enough safe and affordable mental health options for our kids right now. And so because these factors of safety planning become common practice for myself when I'm engaged with the youth, and it helps me bridge the community gap between youth and their probation officer. Because often how the youth would pop back up in my life for advocacy and emotional support or case management was after they were recovered by the Human Trafficking Task Force or child welfare and other law enforcement agencies. So with law enforcement's best intentions of keeping our kids safe, incarceration is not the best option as a form of safe housing. Not to mention the added layers of trauma we are triggering every time they come into contact with personnel from the Juvenile Justice Agency. So on our next slide, here is a breakdown of risk levels and supervision strategies of the 285 juvenile probationers in the same year. The Juvenile Assessment and Intervention System is a risk, strength, and needs assessment tool designated to assist in effectively and efficiently supervising youth both inside the jail and also in the community. The JAIS consists of a brief pre-screen assessment, then followed by a full assessment, and then followed up with reassessments. The chart on the left demonstrates the risk levels at their pre-screening. The table on the right outlines the supervision strategy method for youth that are incarcerated. 66% of juvenile probationers fell into the category of SI, selected interventions. These youth have pro-social value structures and experience sufficient stability in their lives. Often their involvement with the system is limited or isolated events relating to circumstances and other stressors. Youth in this group require low levels of contact. Now we can also see that 16% were case work control. These youth have experienced chronic instability that may be the byproduct of chaos or abuse in home environments. They commonly experience emotional and substance use that may react negatively to those positions of authority. We can also see that 10% were environmental structure. These youth generally lack social, intellectual, and vocational skills. They need management that is direct and concrete, and that promotes the development and understanding of social skills. 8% were limit setting. This final category requires the highest level of engagement in criminal behavior. These youth have engaged in violent and aggressive behaviors. Youth in this group need to have firm limits set, detailed consequences, and these consequences must be enforced consistently. Now we would like to segue. The influence of bias on decision-making at the system level. These disparities outcomes don't just happen in a vacuum cleaner, guys. This was a process that moved children of color into the pipeline. Several decisions were made along the way by professionals like us, where our bias may have had influence in certain outcomes. So it's important to look at what role does bias play in our interventions. The concept implicit bias, unconscious, is the process of associating stereotypes or attitudes towards a category of people without conscious awareness that can lead to make biased and unfair decisions. The importance of trauma-informed language is critical when engaging with these youth, because we express our thoughts or intent to others based off the words that we use. And so we owe it to our trafficked children to make it clear that the victimization and abuse that they suffered is no different or more tolerable than any other form of sexual abuse. This visual here is from the Rights for Girls, No Such Thing as a Child Prostitute campaign. The words victim and criminal dividing the picture illustrate the importance of language. So let's take a second to reflect. When was the last time a stereotype popped up in your mind? If you're like most people, the authors included, it happens all the time. That doesn't automatically make you a racist or a sexist or whatever it is. It just means that your brain is working properly, noticing patterns, and making generalizations. But the same thought process that helps people make quick assessments can also lead to unfair decisions if biases go unchecked.
Sorry about that. I don't know why the mouse is jumping so much. Let me get us back.
No worries, Charisma. We're on slide 26.
Yes, I'm trying to get there. Okay, hold on 1 second.
We appreciate you, the patience from our audience. Thank you.
Okay, Sierra, are you seeing it? The sexual abuse to prison pipeline?
Yes.
Okay.
So a few slides ago, I was mentioning the study of the sexual abuse to prison pipeline, which is a girl's story. So the sexual abuse to prison pipeline also needs to be addressed. It's a term that describes the pathway of gendered violence that led girls into the juvenile justice system as a direct result of their victimization. So in this study, we identified girls. One of the main indicators of entry into the juvenile justice system is sexual abuse. Looking at the data, it also indicates that girls' rates of sexual abuse is 4 times higher than boys that are in the juvenile justice system. And that also the girls' rates of complex trauma, which meaning they have at least 5 or more of those adverse childhood experiences we mentioned earlier, is nearly twice as high. So girls are overrepresented amongst the crossover youth, crossover being from CWS to the juvenile justice system. Whereas 20 to 25% of the national juvenile justice population are girls, but girls represent 33 to 50% of the crossover youth. The crossover refers to youth who cross over from the child welfare system into the juvenile justice system. So some of these girls may be active to both systems. Girls frequently cross over from the child welfare to the juvenile justice system because of their responses to abuse and trauma that has gone untreated.
I'd like to add a few words here by saying that when I worked for child welfare, I supported many social workers, who had CSEC investigations or cases. And I would review the prior child abuse and neglect history, right? Like any good social worker. And because it helped me to tell the story, right, of the child's trauma and their risk factors. And frequently, I could pinpoint many places where there were missed opportunities to intervene, to work with the child and their family to prevent further harm or to mitigate the child's risk of becoming a first-time victim of the sex trade. Now, I want to say that my intention is not ever to diminish the incredibly complex work of child welfare workers by saying all of this, because I know what it takes, right, to work in child welfare and what it was like to work with families who may have intergenerational trauma and generations involved with the child welfare system. However, I can't dismiss my thoughts around if we could have done something differently to prevent this child from crossing over. Could we have better met their needs in the child welfare system to prevent exposing them to more trauma in the juvenile justice system? This cycle is often referred to as the cycle of abuse.
Thank you, Charisma, for that. The cycle of abuse. Girls' common reaction to trauma are criminalized and exacerbated by involvement in the juvenile justice system, leading to this cycle of abuse and imprisonment. If we take some time to look at this chart right here, if we start where the arrow is pointing, sexual abuse, which can be sex trafficking, abuse in the home, poorly supervised child welfare placement. This can lead to unaddressed trauma, mental health, and physical health issues. As we flow around the chart, the girls' reactions to what is happening, and this could look like running away, AWOLing, fighting, or substance abuse, which can then lead into entering the juvenile justice system for prostitution, status offenses, other behaviors. And then while in custody, trauma symptoms are triggered and or there might be new incidents of abuse. They continue through the juvenile justice system, and then they may be released into the community with exasperated trauma symptoms and sometimes with very little support to the parents and caregivers. So in the community, trauma, coping behaviors resume and or re-entry into an abusive environment, which may result in a new arrest. And the cycle just repeats over and over, deepening. And
sorry, 10-minute warning. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. In thinking about the children, youth that you've worked with in your profession, how many times did they repeat this same cycle? And how many of them did you suspect to be a CSEC victim or became a victim of CSEC just because of this cycle? And so right now, we just want to present a quick case study for you guys to ponder over. This is Samantha. When we come into contact with Samantha, social workers like myself, we ask, who is Samantha's family? Did she have one parent, both parents? Did Samantha have any siblings? When did Samantha's family become involved with the child welfare system? And how old was she at the time? How old was she when she entered in and out of the juvenile justice system? What kind of things were her family experiencing? Was it DV, substance abuse, physical abuse, neglect? Well, I'll tell you. Samantha is an African-American female, age 17. She entered into the life of CSEC at the age of 14. She entered into the life of CWS at the age of 15, and then entered into the juvenile justice system at the age of 16 with a mandated 1-year probation term. Samantha right now is currently homeless because she refuses to go to any group home because the court system has labeled her as a recruiter for trafficking. Samantha has multiple ACEs: sexual abuse, witnessing abuse in the household, substance abuse, untreated mental health, high school dropout, only has a 10th grade education. So after listening to Samantha's story, it will bring us to our third interactive activity.
Okay, so because of time, I'm going to go ahead and skip this activity and move on to our final section of what our tools are. So, since we're already in the mindset of thinking about what and how we could have done things differently, we want to continue with this thinking and discuss how we could maximize the tools and practices that already exist, as well as the implementation of frameworks like social justice to challenge the status quo of child-serving systems. Understanding that law isn't the only approach to protecting and caring for youth at risk or affected by commercial sexual exploitation, legislation is a great tool for supplying funding, right, to implement mandates. So you remember that in 2014, federal legislation was passed to give states guidance on preventing sex trafficking. Then in 2015, California passed Senate Bill 794, which enacted the key provisions of the Federal Act Preventing Sex Trafficking and Strengthening Families Act. And then in this same year, Senate Bill 794 also required counties to develop 2 sets of protocols for CSEC and for youth who run away or go missing from care. In 2016, California signed into law Senate Bill 1322, which precludes minor victims of commercial sexual exploitation from being arrested and charged with prostitution and loitering with intent. Finally, in 2017, AB 1227, the Human Trafficking Prevention Education and Training Act for Schools was passed, which amended our education codes. It said that students will receive training on abuse, including sexual abuse and human trafficking prevention education at least once in junior high and middle school, and again in high school. Our approach has to be at 2 levels. So several of our tools that already, that protect and support at risk or confirm CSEC. Oops, I think I skipped it. Sorry, I'm on the wrong side. So at the first level, it's the systems level to ensure that policies and protocols are adequately integrated and agencies can share pertinent information. And at the individual child level, we need to make sure that we address the unique needs and strengths of each child and their family or caregiver. Several of our tools to protect and support at-risk or confirmed CSEC apply across all systems, but sometimes we encounter reluctance or resistance to collaborate and coordinate. For example, we're all familiar with mandated reporting. CSEC reporting, has been incorporated into the annual training for child welfare, probation, and school staff, along with other professions who may have contact with children. The CSEC interagency protocol outlines the roles and responsibilities of various partners who may work with youth at risk or involved with CSE. Employing a harm reduction approach to working with CSEC, and in schools, implementing a CSEC reporting protocol, implementing prevention education and tracking student data to inform prevention efforts. At this junction, we want to highlight a specific example of how the CSEC interagency protocol was enhanced by adding a rapid response team protocol. San Diego modeled it after LA County's first responder protocol for CSEC, where youth were quickly connected to specialized advocates and services. A study was conducted over a 4-year period to evaluate the effectiveness of LA's protocol. Highlights of the findings include the average age of first recovery by law enforcement was just under 16 years old, and the youngest child was 11 years old. The youth identified through the protocol were disproportionately African-American at 71%, and 85% of them had prior referrals to the Child Welfare Agency. 5% of youth received a medical evaluation in the first 72 hours after being recovered. Youth were more stable after receiving services through the protocol after the first 72 hours. And continued support and engagement resulted in more stabilization, where fewer than 12% of all youth recovered were AWOL. Sierra? Oh, did we lose her? Okay, so let's.
I'm right here.
Okay.
Now, we definitely want to go over the 5 principles of social justice, because this is what a lot of our new prevention is being modeled after. And so the 5 principles of social justice: access, equality, diversity, participation, and human rights. Let's take these tools and apply the 5 principles of social justice as a way to dismantle all these pipelines. Equality is giving everyone what they need to be successful. Equity. Diversity, the quality of being made up of a variety of different types of people, all having distinct and unique qualities. Participation means society must allow everyone to voice their concerns and take part in making decisions, especially those that affect their well-being. And human rights are basic rights that belong to all human beings, such as freedom, safety, equality, and justice. So let's think about for a moment, how can we apply the social justice principles in various areas of our work? One way that San Diego County has applied the social justice framework was the development of a specialized collaborative court. This court is called RISE Court. In 2018, the San Diego Juvenile Court, the DA's office, the Juvenile Probation, Child Welfare Services, the Public Defender's Office, the Behavioral Health Services, and other community stakeholders and collaborators created RISE Court, RISE standing for Resiliency is Strength and Empowerment. I can describe to you some of the work that I did with this court. While collaborating with RISE Court as a lived experience expert, not only were my recommendations valued and respected, but this court system had been wonderfully impacted on the youth that they serve by implementing trauma-informed practices that support the empowerment of the youth. One of the things that I also love about this court system is that they have an amazing emotional support animal named Poppy that the girls love. And Poppy really helps de-escalate the stressors when the girls have to come to court. It's really nice being able to collaborate with all parties at the same time when it comes to case management and action planning to help our girls be on a path of success.
So up until now, some of what we've talked about may feel a little more abstract, especially if you're not as familiar with the CSEC interagency protocol. And so let's change that and zero in on the concrete. We've offered a couple of examples of using the tools we have or creating new ones. We want to now imagine where change can be made or where you can begin to advocate for change. And so looking at these 3 boxes, where can you start? I'll read off some questions to get the ideas flowing. So how could the CSEC steering committee be more influential? How can CSEC multidisciplinary teams or child and family teams in child welfare and or probation be even more supportive and effective? How can the CSEC interagency protocol continue to be enhanced to serve CSEC? For example, would CSEC in San Mateo benefit from a rapid response team? Can specialized positions like CSEC liaisons be created? How can contracts or programming be expanded? Where can CSEC school reporting protocols be fully implemented? Because knowing what we know about re-traumatization and being placed into custody, could a specialized collaborative court help to reduce trauma? And so in this slide or in this activity, we would have wanted you to tell us what strategy, tool, or practice could you start using differently in your work or begin to advocate for. So unfortunately, we don't have enough time for this particular activity, but I want you to still hold on to that thought of where you can begin to make change. So all of this, I want to say that while we've made a lot of progress in California, we still have a lot of work to do to fully integrate social justice principles into our work to disrupt oppressive practices. This model helps us to understand the stages of change and implementation and sustainability. Think to yourself, where do you think your organization agency is on this stages of change model in regards to addressing CSEC? Now let's turn inward and reflect on our own practices when working with CSEC. What stage might you be in? We've adapted this 7 stages of change model from PD strategies to display statements of where we might be in terms of CSEC awareness and our commitment for behavioral change at the personal level. So just go ahead and take a look at the different stages and where you think you might be. And so I want us to think about, how do we go from just knowing about CSEC to changing how we approach our work to protect, support, and advocate for CSEC to ensure more equitable and improved outcomes. We need to remember that every child is entitled to a childhood. Wherever we are in our agencies or organizations, we each uphold the rights of the children and families we serve. We are empowered to apply the social justice framework in our policies and practices. We need to continue to remind ourselves that it's not just about having the tools, it's about how we use the tools, how we continue to innovate, and our responsibility to address inequities that impact too many children of color. And so I know that we don't have much time or any time for questions at this point. So I want to encourage folks, if you do have some burning, pressing questions, please do email us at the emails listed here, and we'll be happy to continue the conversation. And so before we break, we want you to know, right, like as Janae had mentioned at the top, that you're going to hear from Amanda LeBlanc with Rate Trauma Services and Dr. Denisha Carle, a Foster America Fellow, where you will learn more about CSEC in San Mateo County and focus on the what, why, and how a child becomes exploited for sex. And then I'm excited to hear from the dynamic Nola Brantley with Nola Brantley Speaks on historical oppression, systemic racism, and other social injustices as it relates to the commercial sex trade. And she will also discuss cultural perspectives of trauma, healing, and resiliency. And so in our final slide, I just want to say thank you to everyone for your time, your participation, and for sharing this intentional space with us today. And let's onward. We'll go onward and upward.
Thank you so much for Charisma and Sierra for providing such a thorough basis for our understanding for this. As Charisma mentioned, we are going to be hearing from Deputy Superintendent Janae Luttrell, Amanda LeBlanc, and Dr. Denisha Carlet in our next section. And you're going to have a lot more interaction in our breakout rooms. So why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:47. And so stretch, take a bio break, get some water, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. We've got about 30 seconds, and we're going to get started for our next exciting section. Hello, Miss Page. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Okay, it is 10:47. So thank you all for hanging with us. I'm now going to turn it over to Amanda LeBlanc from Rape Trauma Services, otherwise known as RTS, and Deputy Superintendent Janae Luttrell from SMCOE. Take it away, ladies.
Thank you so much. As Amanda's getting us set up, this is actually a section that Amanda, Denisha Carlay, and I are going to be sharing. I just want to thank Sierra and Charisma for not only bringing your lived experience and your voice based in firsthand perspective, but also to do the robust deep dive into San Mateo County and our systems and where we are, and to overlay it connected to the research studies. I so appreciate you doing the deep homework on our behalf so we can all be grounded in where we are. And again, I know we're all here today recognizing that we have space ahead of us to grow. And you really helped us understand why the importance of it, you know, not only the ACEs, but the expanded ACEs, but the overlay of the intersection of identity and how that plays out. So such a strong foundation for today. Right now, Amanda, Denisha, and I are going to kind of bring it home a little bit and provide a little bit more information. Again, hoping to get everybody in the same space, especially before our breakout sessions. And again, before we have Nola Brantley join us this afternoon. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Amanda's my partner in crime with the pushing the button. And so we're going to try to stay synchronized. And as a reminder, in case you've joined us since we began this morning, we are recording the session. If you have questions, please feel free to drop the questions in the chat and one of us will get back to you. And again, thank you for staying. It's actually, you know, we're all busy, and knowing that many of us are educators, this is really the time of year that we can finally kind of catch our breath, but you're choosing to be here, probably holding your breath with us as we learn this and think about this. And so again, thank you for staying. And it was exciting to see our number of 119 not only join the conversation, but stay in the conversation. So we will get started. Okay, so I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so
No.
what's wrong?
We're fine. Everything's fine. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, so we wanted to talk about human trafficking, you know, and today's symposium is about CSEC, and so commercially sexual exploitation of children. And but we also know that there's two forms of human trafficking. There's sex trafficking and there's labor trafficking. And we wanted to really just, again, bring context and common language to the group. So labor trafficking includes forced labor, debt bondage, and child labor. When we look at sexual exploitation, that includes the commercial sexual exploitation of children, and it also includes sex trafficking of adults. So human trafficking is the overarching umbrella that encompasses both sex and labor, and there's the breakdown of both children and also adults. When we look at statistics, in addition to the information that Charisma and Sierra laid out for us, when we look at the California statistics, and this was the most recent that is available, there were 979 cases of human trafficking reported in 2015. And I think that term reported is so critical. When we look at what the numbers are, we know that the numbers are incredibly underreported. Part of that is there's not consistent methodology in how information is gathered and how it's analyzed. And so we're not always between systems in a county, between systems across a state, but definitely across the nation. We are not yet to the point where we feel confident about the numbers that we're reporting. So you can see here, though, out of the numbers that were reported in 2015, 781 of those were sex trafficking cases, 108 were cases of labor trafficking, 34 cases of both, and 56 cases of trafficking that wasn't clear which was it sex or labor. All right, and now bringing it home to San Mateo County. So in 2019, and I do just want to do a appreciation shout out to our probation partners that are here, our child and family services partners that are here, our NGO partners are here, our school system partners, all of the partners that are here, our DA's office, et cetera. And, you know, I know sometimes looking at hearing conversations like how we started with our keynote, it can feel a little uncomfortable, right? To look in the mirror and see ways in which our systems or where we might not be where we want to be. And we had to look in the reality of we have a lot of growth ahead, and that's true for all of our systems. So when so appreciate that our child and family services partners shared this information with us. And so in 2019, here in San Mateo County, and again, pre-pandemic, and we're going to talk about the influence of pandemic, 929 children had, actually, Amanda, can you clarify that? I want to understand.
Yes, so the screening is universal for all children 10 and over. So that's an age. So 10 and over were screened. 929 children were screened using the West Coast Children's See-It tool.
So out of those 929, 776 came up as no concern. 93 or 10% of those came up as possible concern, and 59, 6.35% came up as clear concern. So again, that's just a very small subset of the number of children that hit the Child and Family Services referral line, were screened by them. So again, please don't think that this encompasses all of the children that were impacted. This is just a small snapshot in 2019. And of the clear concern between the ages of 12 and 18, they were our students, the folks that we've seen here are overwhelmingly female identified. They come from ethnically diverse backgrounds, and indicators most identified, and Amanda will talk in a minute about what the screening tool really captures, so you'll understand that. Prior abuse, which we just heard from Sierra and Charisma, is a common risk factor for children involved in or impacted by CSEC. Sorry, to me, everybody's a student, so you'll hear me say student. Prior abusive trauma, environment and exposure, and housing and caregiving. So to learn a little bit about where this data came from and the tool that we've adopted in San Mateo County, I'm going to turn it to Amanda and she can elaborate.
Awesome, thank you. So the West Coast Children's Clinic has a validated tool that it's called the See-It. So their motto is, you can't stop something you can't see. And I don't know if this looks weird on your screen, but it does on mine. So we will go ahead and send these out. So I don't know when that happened, but there are 8 indicators that are on the screening tool. And this is it's not an interview tool, it's a screening tool. And screening is being done in 2 separate places within the county. So in our juvenile probation offices, and also through Children and Family Services. And the screening is of anyone 10 and over. So in creating or in reporting your concerns to CFS, it is vital that we give them facts around these 8 indicators, because this is how the threshold is met for supporting families through CFS. So what we're looking for very quickly are these 8 indicators. So we're looking for a lack of, we're looking for housing and caregiving, prior abuse and neglect, physical health and appearance, environment and exposure. So prior abuse and neglect was one of the highest indicators. And obviously CFS has great history on that. Environment and exposure is that the youth spends time where exploitation is known to occur or with people who have been identified as high risk and or as survivors. And then we also know that relationships and personal belongings. So one of the most common indicators that I know that educators see and other service providers see is having money or belongings that are not consistent with their standards, their socioeconomic standards. And so that's one of the things that we know happens when teenagers are unfortunately being exploited. Signs of current trauma, coercion, and then flat out exploitation is the 8th one. So we'll put this on a handout and we'll give it to you. But when making a report to CFS, it is really important to have as many facts around these 8 indicators, because this is the tool that's being used. And again, it is not an interview tool. It is a screening tool. And so as we gather information, it's important to call back and make sure that we are giving our partners a chance to do the screening tool again.
And on that note, Amanda, do you want to briefly talk about the other gifts that they'll be getting in their post-event packet?
Yes, thank you. Yes. So you will actually be getting a handout that outlines all of RTS's services, including our services to CSEC identified youth, who to call, what to do kind of handout, and also a how to make a mandated report to CFS in order to help CFS get to the screening that they need in order to meet their threshold for support. So you're going to be getting all of those things after, as well as all of our slide decks. So exciting. And I do want to mention that once children are screened, they're screened in, as we saw on the past slides, with 3 different outcomes, which is no concern, possible concern, or clear concern. That does not tell us whether or not a child is being exploited, but it does tell us that the information that we have been able to gather means that we should do different interventions based on those outcomes. And RTS and the San Mateo County Office of Education and lots of other BHRS, other partners, attend multidisciplinary team meetings weekly in order to review these cases based on the screenings. And RTS is the contracted rapid response team. And we invite you to please join us in this fight. We need more service providers and other people to join CFS, RTS, and the County Office of Ed in order to really wrap our kids in the services that they need.
Thank you. And we have a question here where someone is asking, what does it mean when you talking about distress in regards to cell phone? Oh,
Yeah.
great. I know, right? Who isn't distressed when they're away
Yes.
from their phone? So it looks like
Yes.
Denise is stepping in. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And what we mean really isn't that, what we mean really is the distress in sort of the same terms as you would think of it in domestic violence, so that they are accountable to another person through their cell phone. And that high level of distress is that they have to answer within a certain amount of time, that they have to take a call, or they're limited in some ways because they need to be available. And so we're not talking about sort of the, I would say, high level of distress that most teenagers have if they're texting their friends and they can't get back to them. What we're talking about here is really a need or a fear of not responding or not being able to have access to their phone.
And I would also add, oftentimes we see students with multiple phones. And
Yes.
so that could be a really strong red flag to consider as well.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. And thank you for the question. It's a great question. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about San Mateo County. So we know that we did almost 1,000 screens in 2019. And so where do those cases come up? Well, everywhere. We've had identified cases where all of the purple X's are. And so those are our in the cavern of San Mateo County with the haves and the have-nots, and the, intense amount of population. We have had identified cases in almost every city within San Mateo County.
And again, those are from students that were referred or connected with either Child and Family Services or probation. So
Yep.
that we already know that's a very small subset of the general population. And that's through that identification and see it tool, this is where we found the students to be from.
Yep.
So again, if you can just imagine what really would be the numbers had we had consistent, accurate ways to really know how many students are impacted.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now shifting to kind of the focus around what do we mean by a social justice issue? And I don't think we have that question anymore after Sierra and Charisma grounding us so strongly in the understanding of it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's multiple vulnerabilities and risk factors, and that's really what we're talking about. And so we're going to go a little bit deeper into some of the other areas in addition to identity and some of the ACEs background that we heard earlier. Passing to you, Amanda.
Absolutely. So one of the vulnerabilities of all teens is the brain. So, we know that the brain does not fully develop until the mid-20s. And what we know is that teenagers have some pretty important things that are missing from their brain development in risk-taking. And what we know is that not only do they have a teenage brain, but we also know that a lot of these kids have really complex trauma, and that also impacts the brain. It impacts development. And it's a very important piece to this. And I can say from my perspective as an advocate that it is really interesting to watch children who have been exploited. They're an adult at one moment and they're a kid at the next. And it can be really confusing because they say adult things and they've had adult experiences, and yet they still want to be kids, and we need to give them their childhood. That is our job as the grown-ups in their life. And so we also know that peers are incredibly important to teens, and that a lot of the recruitment and also the sort of selling, so to speak, of the life comes from other teens who have been exploited. And so it's very important to understand that when you are meeting with children who are at risk and or screening or doing advocacy work, that remembering that although they may present as a grown-up, they are still a child.
Okay, and then if we look at this, kind of goes back to the cell phone conversation earlier, but and more than just the cell phone. Access to the internet can also be a huge vulnerability for our young people. So, if you pop to the bottom of the slide here, you see 69% of teens regularly have online communication. This is intended to say with adults, and they don't tell a caretaker or a parent. But we know that the internet is such a valuable resource. We've learned that more than ever during COVID. In fact, we wouldn't be here today without the internet. So we know that there's amazing strengths to the internet. But when it comes to exploiters trying to access our children, the internet and our cell service is a very strong risk factor that contributes to the vulnerabilities. And again, if we want to intersect the COVID experience, the internet was used to help really, engage students and keep them learning from a distance. But children were also not able to leave their homes. They were more dependent on getting some of their developmental needs met through the internet, their social connections, some of the things that all young people need because they're young people growing and developing. And so they became over-reliant on the internet. And that was intersecting at a time where they were losing some of their anchors. They were losing their connection to school. They were losing their connection to caring adults who could see some changes in their behaviors, who could see some red flags and possibly intervene. And so again, when we look at the COVID impact on the internet, that's some huge vulnerabilities. And then on this next slide, I'd like you to just take a minute to look at this quote and read it, and more importantly, digest it. And again, Charisma and Sierra did such a nice job grounding us in the intersectionality of identity and how that plays out in students, again, children who are victims of CSEC or targeted or more vulnerable to be pulled into CSEC. And going to the next slide, we live in a society that has multiple layers of oppressive systems. And we have systematic racism, we have poverty, we have the fact that we as a society have over-sexualized our children. There was a research study about 10 years ago that asked 12-year-old girls, would you rather be seen as smart, athletic, or sexy? And by and large, the majority of the 12-year-old girls said that they'd like to be seen as sexy. I think that really calls out the over-sexualization of children in our society. We have high cost of living mixed with incredible disparity, and I know we do see that here in San Mateo County. The links to child sexual abuse. We have some students that are isolated, and we have many students, if not all of the students, were isolated during COVID. And then but again, we have these systems that are built in oppressive practices and impacts. LGBTQ youth in particular are overrepresented when we look at who is a victim of CSEC. Students with disabilities, we've already talked about that earlier. So again, the isms come into play here and they overlay the vulnerabilities.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that although some students have many of these vulnerabilities, exploiters are really smart, and they can find the one vulnerability that is true to each child, and then they will exploit that in order to exploit the child. Yes. All right. Is this me? All right, great. Okay. So we want to talk a little bit about prevalence, and we want to talk a little bit about demand. So child sexual exploitation exists because adults purchase the sexuality of children, and they do this numerous times a day. And from a business model of criminal enterprise, they are seen as a reusable commodity. And so this can only exist because we have commodified the sexuality of children. And so it's incredibly important that we are looking at demand, that we are criminalizing the right person. And that is both the exploiter and the person who is purchasing the child sexuality, and not the child. What we know is that exploiters work incredibly quickly. 1 in 3 teens will be exploited within 48 hours of running away, and their first exploitation is usually for shelter. So we know that we need to be proactive when children go missing, or children are or they have run away, because we know that exploiters are waiting for those vulnerable children to come to them. And what we also know is that the West Coast Children's Clinic tool absolutely admits that it takes almost 2 years of exploitation before the screening tool will figure out that this person should be of clear concern. And so the age of first exploitation is 12 to 14 for girls and 11 to 13 for boys. And so we know that this is starting young, that we are not reaching them until later. And from my personal experience as an advocate, a lot of youth who've been exploited say to us, where were you 3 years ago? You know, why didn't you help me the first time I asked? And so as a community, if we lean in and really start to wrap these kids, hopefully we will see more and we can do more earlier and often. Did I forget anything on that slide? Nope. Okay. All right.
No, except one of your favorite sayings, I think was really key there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Which is one of my favorite sayings, which is that, is this one about the unhelpfulness?
Yes.
That one? Yeah. Yeah. That, that children who are sexually exploited, and those who have complex trauma often ask for help in the least helpful ways. And so they are often incredibly difficult to engage. They are not trusting of the systems that we believe to be safe. And they often have very extensive histories with all of our systems. And so they are very wary of adults who have promised that their lives will change, that their circumstances will get better, and or that they're going to help them. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the myths. And Charisma, excuse me, and Sierra did a great job in this, but I just want to mention just a few things. So children cannot prostitute themselves, and they are not prostitutes. So this is about adults buying children for sexual abuse. And there is no responsibility of children in child sexual abuse. It is not a choice. It is not survival sex. And I know that that's one of the terms that we have used for years to explain why a child may exchange goods or services for sex. But there's a couple things that are wrong with that. One, it's not sex, it's exploitation. And two, that if a child needs to trade sex for survival, we've got a lot we need to do. And so that's just not acceptable. It's not promiscuity. It's not the person's identity or something that they asked for. And I think those are all things that we need to keep in mind. We don't know really how many boys are being exploited, but they are. And our screening tools and our services we just haven't figured out how to engage with boys as well as we have with girls. Those who identify as a differing gender identity or expression are at a very high risk of being exploited, as are those on the LGBTQ spectrum, not because of who they are, but because of the way that society treats them, because they are at a higher risk of having to leave their homes, because they're at a higher risk of homelessness and of exploitation because of those factors. And just a note about how do children become so strongly identified with their exploiter? The first survivor leader that I met told me that everybody goes home. Teachers go home, advocates go home, social workers go home. We all have what we consider to be professional boundaries. The people who don't have professional boundaries are exploiters. And so they are willing to answer a call at 3:00 in the morning, to pick them up from their home if they get kicked out. They are willing to get them a cheeseburger if they're hungry in the middle of the night. And so they give them something. They fill that need in a way that we can't. And because of that, we know that children become incredibly loyal to their exploiters. And so we have to create systems that are flexible enough that children can come in and out of them as their identification and loyalty change. And so just to keep that in mind, we have a whole presentation just on this if you'd like it later. But again, they're going to ask for help in the least helpful ways. And we as a community and as people who are invested in this issue need to understand where the thought is coming from. And now let's figure out what we can do about it. And for that, I turn it over to Dr. Carley.
Actually, Denisha, do you mind? I'd like to just add an anecdotal. When you were talking, Amanda, it was reminding me of a student that I was working with who was a CSEC survivor. And she was describing having met her trafficker when she was 13 years old, walking home from school. He was an adult in his 30s. And she exchanged numbers with him, and he groomed her in various ways for a year and a half, and was just eagerly waiting when she had a big blow up and reached out, and he was eager to come pick her up. So to your point, Amanda, our young people, and we're not suggesting we don't have professional boundaries. Please don't think Amanda and I are suggesting we all work 24/7. We're not saying that at all. But what we are saying is, as a community, if we can step up and have layers of support around young people that don't allow for the exploiters to get in there and crack their way into building trust and having access, that's really what would be ideal. So now I'm going to pass to you, Dr. Carley.
So much. Amanda, can I ask you to stop screen sharing for a moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. This space. I just first want to invite everybody just to do like a roll, a shoulder roll, a deep breath. Yes, attend to your needs, because this is really heavy. And you guys are in here doing this work, retaining all this information, processing, reflecting on the cases that you've seen. And I just want to invite you to also take care of yourself. I'm so honored to be in this space. And for me, the story, it was beautiful timing. The story that Amanda and Janae just shared really resonates so powerful, because that was me, right? And so when you think about what the risk factors are that allow young people to be subjected to this exploitation, it first starts with those systemic inequities that happen. And we have to look at the systems, and we have to make our systems be more accountable. And guess what? We are part of these systems. Every person in here represents a system. And so we have to recognize and look within to take that accountability. So for me, when I first started in San Mateo County back in 2008, this was, I had half a caseload of young people that were being exploited, girls, boys, transgender. And at the time, we had very little resources in San Mateo County. And so I am so indebted to folks like Nola Brentley with Misty, Carissa Phelps from Runaway Girl, Rachel Lloyd and Gems, all of these powerful survivor leaders that just really poured into me to really teach me how to effectively engage with this population. And so when Amanda and Janae were talking about being mindful of how that exploiter is willing to come in at all hours of the day and night, I recognized early on, like, if I'm going to get ahead of this, I have to be able to support them in any way. And then very quickly recognize what burnout felt like, right? Because when you make yourself be the end all be all, then you're not able to give in the ways that you should, to yourself, to your family, to your community, nor to our clients. And that's really when I recognized that I needed community and the importance of building a network of support. And so to offset the network of non-support that exploiters have, because please believe they have people looking out for these girls, they have people watching their homes and their houses, they have people checking them in their schools. So you might think like, oh, during the school day, this young person is protected. No, the recruiters are in the schools, they're waiting outside, all of these things are happening. So in order to offset that, we have to come in and build around them our networks of support. So RTS is a 24/7 hotline, and I get a call from a young person at night, or a community member calls our child welfare hotline, we want to direct them to RTS, because RTS is someone that can come out and respond. So we have to be aware of what our resources are, because from where we were 13 years ago to where we are today is leaps and bounds, and it really starts in this room. So when I saw that there were over 100 people registered, I was like, oh, we're going to build community in here today, because we don't want to step away from here being like, oh, I wish I would have gotten such and such contact, or I wish I would have made these connections. This is where we're going to go deep. And I really want to challenge you to go deep, because our youth deserve it. They deserve us to take accountability representing these systems. So as we go into these breakout rooms, you might want to feel like, I don't know these people, I don't want to speak out. I'm gonna just think of me in your head, you know, like, hey, share your experiences, share that example that you were thinking of when you heard someone present earlier today, because you never know how that's going to impact and plant a seed for a young person down the line. So many folks, I really appreciate survivor leader Sierra and talking about, you know, how we need to lean more into prevention. This is how we lean more into prevention, by first building the networks and community right here. So I'm going to share screen to bring up what you're going to be discussing in your breakout rooms. And I'm going to make sure that we're very clear, where I have all these screens and post-its and things about what you're going to be talking about. So we did our best to make the breakout rooms interdisciplinary, but you might be in a room with 4 other educators, and that's okay too. But we really want you to first start with who you are, what organization you were representing today, and what aspects from this morning's content so far resonate highest with you. I don't care if you've been doing this work for 20 years, like Janae, and you're like, oh, I've heard all this before, or if you're very, very brand new. Every single time I step into these spaces, I hear and I learn something new, and I take that back and I'm like, how can I now incorporate that into my practice? So it's really important for you to verbalize that and to share that, because it's going to let you process it. So feel free to take a moment while I'm explaining what's in each of these categories to jot down some notes, because guess what? You're going to be putting them on the slide. Because again, in order for us to build community, we have to be able to see and know who's in the space. And I'll share more about that in a moment. So the next layer is that we're asking you to reflect. So reflect on your experiences in this field. And again, maybe you haven't had any interactions with kids who've been exploited. Maybe you've had a ton of interactions, but what you have had is interactions with youth and young people, and every young person is at risk, right? And so I want you to think about how effective you feel like we're doing as a county in being able to prioritize supporting the needs of youth who've experienced commercial sexual exploitation. That's what CSE stands for. So I want you to discuss, what have you seen to be working well, and what are some of the areas that we can improve upon? Where are we still seeing the gaps? And here's a pro tip: really prioritize your conversation through the lens of a young person experiencing exploitation or at risk of it. Because oftentimes we can get into our, well, I've built up this amazing program, and so we're doing a great job. Pat myself on the shoulder, right? And you might have, sis, and you are doing a great job. But guess what? For the young people that maybe are in your school system, or that are in girls' court, or that are in the group home that you oversee, or what have you, that might not be how they're receiving it. Maybe they don't even know about you or your program or your support. So really try to prioritize it through the lens of the youth when you're thinking about what's working well in our county and where do we still have gaps or biases that we can work around. The next layer I want you to think through is your commitment around your application. So, or I'm sorry, it's not your commitment yet, but what do you think youth who have experienced commercial sexual exploitation need the most? And how can you support them? So I guess it was your commitment. And how can you support them around this identified need within your role and scope of practice? And so, we can go through the whole remit of these are all of the needs that I see. Maybe just try to choose one, because we are going to be in shared space and we want to make sure we're hearing everybody's voice. But I really want you to, again, dig deep and think, how can I engage more effectively within my role as a mental health provider? You saw a glimpse of the different categories in the SIA tool. And as Amanda said, that's a screening tool. That's not necessarily an engagement tool, but it can be used to inform your engagement. So if you know what you're supposed to be aware of, how are you watching out for that? How are you being more mindful of the young people you're interacting with? Are you following up when you see that they're holding on to their cell phone, or that when you took it away in a classroom setting, that they had 2 more in their pocket? Are you paying attention to these things and not being too afraid or what have you to not lean in, but also know that in order to lean in, you need to build rapport. And so often when I'm talking to providers, they're like, well, I'm just gonna go in and ask these questions. Do they know you? Do they trust you? You need to start there. And so if you're seeing signs, maybe your first thought is like, the thing that I'm going to do to support and within my scope of practice is start building more rapport and get to know this young person that I'm now seeing a few red signs and indicators about. And then the last step is about us really getting more mindful about what each person is doing that's really working well. And so what kind of practices or tools have you used to identify and support CSEC? So the See It tool is one tool. Maybe you've adopted something within your organization and you want to drop a link or a couple of words about how you cultivated that or what that looks like. Or if you're like brand new to all this and your organization or your unit isn't interacting that much with CSEC, what kind of trainings and resources would you need to better support them? So again, I'm not letting anybody back out of these conversations. So whether you're brand new or you're experiencing this, look at it and try to answer the question the best that you can. And so what does this mean when you guys step into the breakout rooms? Every breakout group has a slide. So if Shalane can drop the link one more time, just in case we had a few people come in a little bit later, you're gonna wanna assign someone to be a note taker in your group. So they're literally putting in the name and the titles of the people in their group. You don't necessarily have to put in here also like what is the thing that stood out to you. You're welcome to it, but I also recognize this is a Google slide and there's small space. But I do want you to designate a note taker to plug and play in what they're hearing from their group. We're going to give you about 20 minutes to do that. Also, please designate someone to report out from your group. You're not going to need to report on everything. Maybe it's just one key takeaway, because I want to be mindful that when we come back, we want to be able to let you out for lunch, you know? As much as I would love to hear from every single group, the beautiful thing about this Google Doc is that we're going to be able to read it and come back and reflect on it. So please designate someone to be a note taker and someone to report out at least one high level takeaway when we come back. All right, before we release you into the breakout room, I want to stop my share and just get my eyes on folks and see if there's any questions about what we're going to be doing.
I just want to have one quick clarification.
Yeah.
So that we do have some moderators that will be put into rooms. And so they will identify themselves when they get in the room, and they will be the note taker for folks. But because we have such a robust group together, we wanted to make sure the groups were smaller as opposed to making sure there was a moderator in each room. So if there's no moderator in the room, you will need to designate someone in those two roles, as Dr. Crowley talked about. Thank you.
Of course, thanks so much. And so if everyone can at least click on the slide deck to make sure you have access. I've clicked it a few times and I see folks are in there, but I just want to make sure everyone has access before we release you into the breakout rooms. Last call for questions. All right, I think we're good. We will see you all in 20 minutes.
Please note your breakout room number, and that will be your slide number. And some people came in a little bit after I created the rooms, so just give me a moment and I will put you in. And I'll open the rooms now.
She has such a very calm
Okay, let's see here. Your names are not coming up on the assigned list on the breakout rooms. Are you able to assign yourself? If you go to more, the more in the breakout rooms, can you choose a room? Maybe one that has only 4 or 5 people. Sonia, let me know when you're there. I can help you. Hi there. Did you have a room you were in before? Sonia, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, I can hear you now.
There we go.
Loud and clear.
I got kicked out and then yeah, I'm just having issues on my end. I
Sorry.
was supposed to be a 9.
Okay, let me see what I can do. Welcome back. Let's give everyone a minute to return to the main room. Stand by.
All right, welcome back. Oh my goodness. It was beautiful just to get a glimpse and see how many slides we have of content and information and words of wisdom and communities, partners that we are now connecting with through this space. I'm not going to pull up each slide, but I am going to just say, hey, breakout room 1, anything you want to contribute as far as like how this felt or what you gathered from the space. So I will go through. Shalane, we do have 20 breakout rooms, right?
We did indeed.
All right, breakout room 1, any takeaways from your experience?
I can actually speak to that a little bit. So we didn't add our notes in the slide because somebody else was in our slide. So just want to let you know they're not there. But we had a pretty good discussion around just, improvements that we feel needs to happen throughout the county. What has been helpful, somebody mentioned, was when she was working with a youth, having a peer partner, that was extremely helpful for the youth to be able to connect with somebody and really help see them through. And then I think that around the improvements, we just felt, better communication with law enforcement and an understanding of how and why certain things might not get followed through on, and how to advocate for families during times that they don't know where their child is, or they don't know how to move forward with information that they have and want to do something with, but don't have anywhere to kind of put that.
So key, right? When we have our multidisciplinary teams, we can have those different partners at the table to help us better understand, because we're all coming with the best of intentions, but through our lens of what our agency represents, right? And survivor leaders, having survivor peer advocates in your county is so crucial in your organization. So just the fact to have someone that literally knows where they've been and understands, speaks volumes. So thank you so much. And I hear you, and that somebody was in yours. I see there's some other ones that are open. I don't see anyone hovering over breakout group 20 slide. If you're interested, Lori, we would really appreciate to still have the content that you guys came up with placed on there. In the interest of time, I'm going to open up the space instead of going like breakout room 1, breakout room 2, breakout room 3. And I also understand that we got our nerves and our fears, coming into a space with 100 people and not knowing everyone. But again, just encouraging you to just speak it into the space, because it's really powerful when we say it out loud. So I'm just going to open it up to any breakout rooms who designated a person to speak. Please feel free to come off mic and share your experience.
I'll go real quick for breakout room 4. We had a great mix of educators, nonprofits, county personnel, and law enforcement, which was awesome to see represented as well. And I came prior to San Mateo County, I came from Contra Costa County, and we started talking a little bit about the difference between the two counties and the amount of homeless programs or homeless supports, which acts as a way out, and that they're not really present in San Mateo County, and that need to, if you don't have your basic hierarchy of needs met, you're not, if you don't know where you're going to go, if you're not staying with your exploiter, you're not going to be tempted to even leave, because if you're not going to have a safe place to stay. So we kind of lack that in this county, or like a drop-in center to even find that stuff. And then but we do really well with mental health. So that was the upswing on that. So
shout out to all the mental health providers here today.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry, Molly, go ahead. I'm not sure.
No, that was about it. Just really wanting to look at ways that we could provide some type of homeless, a 12 to 21 youth, kind of geared after Cali House or Covenant House in Alameda County. That's what I'm familiar with, and it would be great to have that here.
I love it. Learning from the local counties around us, right? And what we know to be true around those basic needs is that is a key element around why exploitation happens. So young people, we know that our young people that experience or that identify as LGBTQI tend to be disproportionately kicked out of their homes. And so as they're having housing insecurity, and exploiters seeing that and taking advantage of that, right? So really making sure that we're finding ways to wrap housing support around our young, our youth and our Tay youth and all in between. I apologize. I really wanted us to give some praise to Group 1 for going first and speaking out. So thank you, Lori, for representing Group 1. Just some love, energy towards your group. And then also some gratitude towards Group 4. So thank you, Molly, and Group 4, sending y'all love. All right, any other groups? We have a few more minutes.
I was in group, hi everyone. I was in group 16, and we had a mix of folks as well, from RTS and from the schools and from a beautiful nonprofit. And then I'm in probation, but I actually am out in the community at a youth services unit at the San Mateo Police Department. So we just spoke. I love the fact that it was an array of folks in the space. And what resonated for our group was I pulled out the fact of there was, for some of us, we are very thankful to have this space and the hope, like we're very hopeful, right? But then there also, to be honest, around some of the hopelessness, around getting some schools engaged, around just some consistency with training. So it was just good that people felt safe enough in a space to talk about that. And how, like, for someone like myself, who's been in this work for 30 years ago, we were begging for this. So yes, we're squeaky wheels, but you're still hopeful and you still keep pushing forward, So that was one of the things. And then around the thing that we talked about was, and I loved it, was about the asking for help looks so different and being aware of that. And just staying with and truly just loving on youth and saying it, like being there for them and being a support to them. And it seemed like that was pretty much what our group kept talking about. It was just a beautiful breakout group. So thank you for letting us do that.
Of course. Thank you for utilizing every ounce to really share deeply. And special shout out to you, Mignon, for just being a part of this movement for so long. Again, speaking to some of those early advocates, like when I came into the field and just seeing what she was doing in probation and the ways that you've been standing in the gap there. So thank you. Shout out to your group. Hey, Sierra, were you saying you wanted to represent Group 12? Is that what you're saying? Go for it, girl.
Yeah, I really enjoyed conversating with Group 12. They brought up two really great key points. One was the fact that they realized that for Mateo County, that the Latina girls were made up like a third of the enrollment, but the crossover with CWS into the juvenile justice system, it was up almost half. They made up almost half of the population. And so we definitely talked about hiring bilingual employees and having better bilingual resources for these girls in Mateo County. There's a huge communication gap there that we discovered. And then we also are very mindful of the fact that due to COVID, we know that trafficking definitely took a dive into the online area. And so now I know with San Diego opening back up, we know there's going to be an increase of abuse reports, and teachers in CWS kind of have a finicky relationship sometimes. So just being, encouraging to, stay with that mandated reporting, and also being prepared and knowing that as we open up and as we start interacting with each other in person again, to be mindful and to also look for those signs.
so powerful, right? And we gotta be aware of the data around what we're seeing too, right? And so how your group brought in, like, what are we seeing with crossover youth? What are the racial implications around this? And then how can we meet them culturally where they're at? First, starting, the least we can do is have more bilingual, bicultural representation in our schools and mental health and all the different providers. Thank you, Group 12. You guys are on it. Sending love and appreciation, indeed. Any other groups want to speak into the space before we close out?
I can talk about Group 9. So again, I also will echo everyone's sentiments. It was pretty amazing to be in this space with so many different types of providers. We had mental health, we had schools, we had community-based organizations, and one member of the group brought up 3 things, and she kind of summarized it so nicely that she felt CSEC youth needed, and that was safety, so a place for them to go and feel safe, consistency and support, and that she also kind of echoed that round-the-clock support that's needed, and then education in the community of what's really out there and how each individual can help, which is what we're doing right now, which I think is amazing. So I really enjoyed being in the breakout rooms.
That is fantastic. And I hope that the planning team is hearing this testimony after testimony about how beautiful and intentional the space has been today. Y'all are the real MVPs, for real. All right, anyone else?
I could talk for Group 10 for a second.
Go for it, Jeremiah.
So we talked about really the importance of relationships to these youth that are being exploited, and how do you, within these different partners, help build those? Because when they can find safe people, it can really sort of turn from what's going on for them, but they really need that stable, supportive person. How do we kind of find that across our teams, build that up? Lisa really talked that can sort of start even with prevention, is getting people in early and stopping exploitation from ever occurring. But then also, if it's occurring, how do we get somebody to sort of have that to pull them away? Steve, we're looking at Steve Wagstaff there, and he talked about the lack of criminal prosecution. And one thing he said is cases that were successful had those stable support people in them, that those then would be willing to come forward and trust in the system to go to prosecution and support that prosecution. So that's really kind of the thing we focus on, is how do you build that up and get that, as well as really first having to meet basic needs too.
So key, being a lot more proactive, right, instead of reactive. And so putting those services available, like having a whole list of who are we going to make these connections with. I appreciated in the group that I was in, Group 2, I believe it was, where someone mentioned that it can't just be a number. We have to really get to know each other. So we're putting the direct connections with people. And so as an example, we were using Samantha with RTS, where if I'm working with a young person, I can be like, hey, so I've been working with Samantha before, and she's really great at this. Hey, how about we give her a call right now? And that way you're making those warm handoffs of that support. And just a shout out to Jeremy. I know he's humble and everything, but he really oversees the CSEC task team for the child family services side. So again, get to know these partners in the room. So if you're working in school systems and you have a foster youth, maybe you don't know who the social worker is, maybe you can call or reach out or email to Jeremy and get some support around how you can provide additional guidance, support, networking for this particular student. So thank you.
Just to pop in and say it's 10-minute warning.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I see the chat blowing up, but I've been so immersed in the conversation, so I apologize if I'm missing something.
Tanisha, I'd like to just pop in and kind of share our conversation that intersects with what was just described. Group 6, we happen to have some folks that are new to the county or new to their position. And so when we were talking about what's in place, et cetera, there were folks still learning. I'm not sure where I would send somebody who is in need of this, et cetera. And we were just kind of thinking, in addition to the relationships like you're describing, to be able to have those warm, I'm going to pick up the phone and call my friend Amanda, you're going to love her, right? Or I'm going to call Jeremy or, Mimi. How do we also just, when folks we also live in a place that has turnover, and we know with the pandemic, we're seeing more turnover. So how do we get these helping professionals the information that they need, both in the resources, but then the relationships? Maybe that's a behind the scenes system piece that we can take as a next step off of this meeting.
I hear a second symposium coming. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Janae. I'm going to read what Charisma put in the chat, representing group 5, how they emphasize also, echoing the element around building relationships with young people, having safe spaces to go to and access, safe and trusted adults, including parents and caregivers. Someone in my group had also mentioned the need to provide more psychoeducation to caregivers, right? Because they don't know where to go or what to do when these things happen. I know we didn't get to super talk about it, but Janae Luttrell had a slide up where she talked about how many young people sext, where they receive, nude pictures or different things through text messages, and how often they might send something back. And I know that I had a member of my family who was really struggling with that with her daughter, because then once it got out, then who she thought was the boyfriend was sending it out to other people. And so parents are just often like, well, what do we do? And we need someone to come in and provide that education around that too. Develop a wraparound service model that meets the need of CSEC when they need it. So again, that 24/7 support to offset what the trafficker is providing. Training, indeed. And thank you, Mary, for letting us know that there is going to be a CSEC mandated reporting protocol that's going to be sent out. So some nice reading for folks to be looking forward to. Any other groups? We have 5 more minutes. Okay. Well, I want to invite Janae and Amanda back into the space as we close out this morning workshop. And just such an appreciation. Can we give some hand claps, some finger snaps to the presenters from this morning? I know we didn't get to acknowledge Sierra and Charisma in the ways that we wanted to, so also sending some love and light and deep appreciation to them as well. Just the advocacy in this space and where everybody's at. Janae, any final words to close out the morning?
Well, and deep appreciation to you for helping to facilitate the session. And you really crafted so much of how we even did this last bit of time together. So thank you, Denisha.
Yes.
So just as a reminder, you're going to get a chance to go get some nourishment and take care of yourself and keep on the theme that Denisha keeps trying to help us stay grounded in, is our own ability to process all that we're hearing and feeling and realizing the work ahead to do together. And then we ask that you please get back here right at 1 o'clock, because we're so excited to have Nola Brantley joining us this afternoon and being able to be in space together as a county with her and her expertise and learn from her. And then I look forward to, in our last 30 minutes this afternoon from 2:30 to 3, I'm recognizing that we're throwing around some terms. MDT, what does that really mean, right? How does one access an MDT? Amanda invited all of you, and you are invited, but let us tell you what you're invited to be part of. And so if you have some questions floating out there, what is this? Again, we're all learners, so please feel comfortable asking that, and we will spend the last 30 minutes making sure that we get some of those questions answered and map out some of the next steps. So at this time, go enjoy your lunch and maybe take a walk, enjoy some of the sun. But thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone got a chance to get some nourishment, maybe breathe some fresh air. Thank you for so far. I'm just absolutely amazed how the day has gone so far. It's been so great to connect with so many people, learning about what's going on with our students and our children and finding ways to make things better. As part of that, just a reminder that this is being recorded and that it'd be helpful if you, excuse me, that if you put your view on speaker view so you can make sure you see the slides. And I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Nola Brantley, who is the CEO of Nola Brantley Speaks, is a nationally recognized survivor voice for child sexual exploitation. Her experience, plus the compounded risk factors of poverty, intergenerational abuse, involvement in foster care, and misuse of authority, has given her the expertise to share how systemic racism and other injustices underline and put in bold how human trafficking is a social justice issue. So I'm very excited to hear her. And with no further ado, Ms. Nola Brantley.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for having me. I normally am on camera. Today, you're going to get to see my picture and my PowerPoint because, as you know, technology is not always perfect, but I will still give it my all, even though you can't see my face. And I love the faces that I see. It's wonderful to see lovely faces when I make these presentations. So I'm really excited to dive into this topic today. I was really both encouraged and proud of San Mateo County for wanting to talk about looking at, the commercial sexual exploitation of children through a social justice lens. These topics are not often talked about, and it's so important that we do talk about them. And so I'm really excited that we have the opportunity to do that together today. And so thank you for showing up for this opportunity. I do want to remind you all about self-care. We are going to talk about a topic, that can be, that can bring up a lot for a lot of different reasons, and so just want to remind us all to take care of ourselves, whatever that means for you. 2 questions that you can ask yourself throughout this opportunity together and really throughout any of your work days is, how do I feel and what do I need? And respond to yourself. So, just really being mindful of our own thoughts, emotions, and needs is important, especially as we're going to talk about a topic like social justice, which can bring up a lot. So just want to remind you all about self-care. All right, so to tell you a little bit more about myself, I know that I had a wonderful intro by Mary, so thank you for that, Mary. But part of this training and looking at this issue through a social justice lens is going to start right away by me telling you not only this slide about kind of what I've done professionally, but I'm going to really get into who I am. And I'll just kind of jump ahead and say, I am a survivor of commercial sexual exploitation as a child. And so in telling you who I am, it's not just like want to just talk about myself a lot, although I'm not going to say I don't enjoy that, but it's more about really trying to break down, some of that background as we think about this social justice lens around, who are those individuals that do end up, being commercially sexually exploited, and what are some of those factors that are surrounding their lives and their communities and even people, historically. So that's how I'm going to be really introducing myself. So it will be more than just an introduction. But this slide here is really just an introduction slide. I've been doing this work, as was shared, for a while. And one of the things that I'm really proud of is the opportunity I had in the city of Oakland to both be a co-founder, but also the founding executive director of an organization named Missy, motivating, inspiring, supporting, and serving sexually exploited youth. And so I learned so much there about this population of commercially sexually exploited children and youth, about trauma, about my own trauma, about working in the community. I just learned a whole lot, and definitely this issue of social justice was like speaking loud and clear, because the majority of the young people we were seeing was, African-American females, and where we see disproportionality, we see injustice. You know what I mean? We're just not always looking at it that way. So definitely, in doing this work, it was kind of front and center from the very beginning. But in 2014, I stepped down from doing direct service work and created Nola Brantley Speaks, which I'm, training under today, and have got to do a whole lot of training on this topic, as well as develop curriculums and, do events like this one today, be part of things like that are really exciting. I shared, I'm a survivor of child sex trafficking. I was an honor student and I was victimized by a individual that was a San Francisco police officer that was assigned to my school for a program called Youth Court. And his MO was that he, as a trafficker, he preyed on children who were living in poverty. It didn't matter if they were male or female, but he preyed on children that were living in poverty. Again, a social justice issue, you know what I mean? So human trafficking in and of itself, is a social justice issue, as we think about all of the connecting factors. So I'm gonna go into a bit more of the kind of the introduction where I'm just trying to break things down for you all a little bit more, okay? So I am a descendant of Africans that were enslaved in America. My ancestors experienced murder, brutality, exploitation, and rape at the hands of white slave owners. During the time of my ancestors' enslavement, Black females were over-sexualized and represented as symbols of lust, sexual immorality, and innate wickedness. Ideas like Black females having an insatiable appetite for free and loose sex were common and used to justify sexual abuse and exploitation. During the time of my ancestors' enslavement, sexual exploitation became a weapon of political terror. And one of the lasting impacts of slavery has been Black females being stereotyped as consenting prostitutes, which is why it was easier for me as a Black female to experience commercial sexual exploitation, and why we see in so many places all across the nation, with so many programs through DCFS or even with, the probation departments, the majority of children they're seeing that are experiencing commercial sexual exploitation are African-American females. That is the highest percentage we see in New York, in LA, in the San Francisco Bay Area, in so many of the places that are considered hotspots for this. I am the daughter of a mother who went into the New York State foster care system at 3 years old and was in a New York State psychiatric institution by 12 years old because she had tried taking her own life based on her experience in the system and obviously her experience with her biological family to start. I am the daughter of a father who escaped his own family due to patterns of sexual abuse and entered the army, and soon after the Vietnam War, starting at the age of 17 years old. I come from patterns of generational poverty, generational trauma, and generational resiliency. I have a typo, but it's resiliency. Resiliency. I am actively working to strengthen some cycles and break others. I am a survivor of sexual abuse. My first sexual abuser was my biological father. He started sexually abusing me before I could walk or talk. And sexual abuse continued throughout my childhood experience. Eventually, it kind of morphed into sexual exploitation where people were doing small favors for me in exchange for having sex with me. And then eventually went into full-on commercial sexual exploitation when I was trafficked by the police officer. And I spent the first year of my adult life as well in the commercial sex industry as a stripper, an escort. I worked at what they call billion-dollar clubs. I worked on the high end of the commercial sex industry only because I was trafficked by a cop to begin with, not because there's really any high end of the commercial sex industry, because it's all very dehumanizing. I am a humanitarian, standing against all forms of injustice, against all people, all over the world. So the fact that I work around this issue of human trafficking, it's just by chance, because I could work around any issue that has to do with human beings and injustice. I am a mother and a grandmother and a dog mother. I am a spiritual being, and I am a lover of nature and music and deep soulful connections with other human beings. So thank you for giving them time to just kind of go through who I am, because I really want to share with you from a very personal perspective, some of the things that make me up, because those things also have contributed to a lot of the reasons why I experienced trafficking, but also kind of the societal response to the trafficking I experienced as well, which is equally as important, right? We know that when someone experiences a trauma, like that's important, but the response to that trauma that's experienced can be so much more important in terms of how that person fares overall. And so I think, in knowing who people are, it's important that we understand that there's kind of societal response to their trauma as well, based on who they are in this society. So I just wanted to introduce myself and really be able to touch on that. So I'm going to start off with a few quotes here. The debates, however, presume that all minors are afforded victim status where their morality and lack of agency are uncontested, and that implementing support services is a non-issue. This couldn't be further from the truth. Not only is victimhood racially coded, but the debates surrounding consent in the adult prostitution context spill over in the juvenile realm. So, I just wanted to point this out here and share a brief story with you, as we look at this through this social justice lens. This was really hard for me. I was in direct services and I had been fight after fight, mostly, Black and brown girls, for people to understand they were victims, right? This was like back before, the WIC 300 code was amended. This was like, so we're talking about, back in 2007, we're fighting to even have people say, yes, a 14 or 15-year-old who's being bought and sold in the commercial sex industry, is a victim of something. That was not clear for everybody, sadly, at that time, right? So I was constantly in a battle for that. I'm telling you, honey, I'd be screaming, shouting, crying, sometimes looking crazy, because I just couldn't fathom that people couldn't understand that a 14 or 15-year-old was not a victim who was being bought and sold in the commercial sex industry, right? But I feel like a lot of it's held right here in this quote. And that's why I want to share this quote with y'all, right? Because now let's say I had advocated for 100 Black and brown girls with everything I had in me. And then lo and behold, we get the first little white girl from Livermore. Oh, honey, you have to do no advocating for her, because I was called down to the board of directors office for the board of supervisors for Alameda County. There was a red carpet rolled out, and this is not this child's fault, and I was told basically to put everything else to the side and to give my full attention to this case. There was never any question or dispute about whether or not she was a victim, but every girl before that, every Black and brown girl before that I had advocated for, I had to fight tooth and nail for. And so, for me as an advocate, as an African-American, as a human being, it was a very devastating moment, and it was very devastating to understand that the value on these Black and brown lives was so low that I had to prove, that they were victims. But as soon as it happened to this white girl from Livermore, there was no question about her victimization. And there was also no expectation that she should be victimized in this way. Because part of what I see was happening with Black and brown girls, it's like, well, they're not victims. This is kind of part of what happens to them. And so they have responsibility in this, So it was a very challenging experience. What I will say about it and what I learned about it in the end, right? Because it could have went a couple of ways. I could have been really, distraught and been like, I don't really want to give this girl excellent services after all these Black girls been denied even the status as a victim. But that wasn't the direction I went in. I'm a true advocate. And so I went forward with the case with this young woman. And what I came to find out was that, while the red carpet was rolled out for her in terms of, receiving these services and whatnot, there was a whole lot of suffering going on in that big mansion in Livermore. You know what I mean? And she almost was kind of even being more protected from getting the help that she needed because there were so many resources involved and because of the color of her skin. So it really, how people show up in society and whether or not they're really seen as victims, it really, really, truly is, this statement that victimhood is racially coded. Sadly, it really is. You know what I mean? And so it's something that we have to really be aware of as we, do this work, and especially with Black girls. I think, in some of these studies, Dr. Monique Morris does a lot around this. Around 12 years old, Black girls stop becoming believable to people and they start being blamed for things that happen to them. So these are things that we have to become aware of because we all live in this society and culture together. So, we are not necessarily exempt from some of these views. Because the overwhelming majority of trafficked persons are women, trafficking is usually considered to be a gender issue and the result of discrimination on the basis of sex. It is rarely analyzed from the perspective of race discrimination. There has been little discussion of whether race or other forms of discrimination contribute to the likelihood of women and girls becoming victims of trafficking. And I mean, I think without us going too deep into it, the obvious answer is, of course it does. We're just not having conversations about it. We're just not looking at it through that lens, which is why we're doing it today together. You know what I mean? So obviously, a person's experiences of, you know, a person's race and experiences of discrimination are going to contribute to their likelihood of a lot of things that would be vulnerabilities, you know, including trafficking, you know, and so it's important for us to look at it that way. I think, you know, it is so important that we keep an eye and a heart and just a hand on those who are the most marginalized, you know, in our society, because when we look to those, that's where we see, you know, the victimization happening. And sometimes whether it's racially coded or not, or whether or not we're looking at it on the basis of sex or the basis of race, when we look at those most marginalized populations, it kind of forces us to look at some of this stuff that sometimes we don't want to look at. And so I think that's just really important for us to consider. So I'm going to share one more quote with you, and then we're going to watch a video clip that I am going to say will probably be a hard one to watch. So I'm just giving you a slide in advance, heads up, and I'll give you a talk through before we watch it, just to make sure you're going to be okay. All right. Race and racism have played a role in creating the epidemic of sex trafficking in the United States and have undermined effective legal and policy responses. Race intersects with other forms of subordination, including gender, class, and age, to push people of color disproportionately into prostitution and keep them trapped in the commercial sex industry. This intersectional oppression is fueled by the persistence of myths about minority teen sexuality, which in turn encourages risky sexual behavior. So kind of reflecting back on, you know, this first quote here that I share with you around victimhood being racially coded. We're really going to watch a video clip, you know, that really is going to speak to that. It's going to be a video clip from A Time to Kill. You may have seen this movie before, you may have seen this scene before, but likely you'll be seeing it through different eyes, you know, today as we're watching it in this context. And so as I play this video clip and as you listen to it and watch it, what I really want you to pay attention to is not only the words coming out of his mouth, but really watching everybody in the courtroom and watching their reactions to everything, you know, as he's talking or whenever they're showing their reactions, just really paying attention to their reactions. Also, I would just say, you know, for everyone, this could be a hard one to watch for anybody. But I would say if you're a Black woman, this can be a really hard one to take in. So just want to give that heads up to everybody, remind everyone to breathe and take care of you.
I want to tell you a story. I'm going to ask you all to close your eyes. I'll tell you this story. I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to yourselves. Go ahead. Close your eyes, please. This is a story about a little girl walking home from the grocery store one sunny afternoon. I want you to picture this little girl. Suddenly a truck races home. Two men jump out and grab her, drag her into a nearby field, and they tie her up. And they rip her clothes from her body. Now they climb on. First one, then the other. Raping her. Shattering everything innocent and pure. Vicious thrust. In a fog of drunken breath and sweat. And when they're done, after they've killed her tiny womb, murdered any chance for her to bear children, to have life beyond her own. They decided to use it for target practice. So they start throwing full beer cans at her. They throw them so hard, it tears the flesh all the way to her bones. And they urinate on her. Now comes hanging. They have a rope. They tie a noose. Imagine the noose going tight around her neck. A sudden blinding jerk. She's pulled into the air and her feet and legs go kicking and they don't find ground. The hanging branch isn't strong enough. It snaps and she falls back to the earth. So they pick her up, throw her in the back of the truck, drive out to Foggy Creek Bridge, pitch her over the edge. She drops some 30 feet down to the creek bottom below. Can you see her? Her raped, beaten, broken body, soaked in their urine, soaked in their semen, soaked in her blood, left to die. Can you see her? I want you to picture a little girl. Now imagine she's white. The defense restroom.
So I just want to remind us all to take care of ourselves, remind folks to take a breath, because that could be a really hard one to take in, but it really speaks to this issue of victimhood being racially coded, in this example here, as you could see, from observing the people in the courtroom, and if you've seen this movie, that folks already knew that the scene he was describing was a scene that had happened to this little Black girl. But, he knew as the attorney that in order for him to get any kind of level of understanding from those people in the courtroom, he would have to say all of that and then say, now imagine that she's white. And you saw the amount of emotion that was elicited from people once that final statement was made that wasn't there beforehand when their thoughts was that was a little Black girl, you know what I mean? So it just really, is a really strong demonstration of how victimhood can be racially coded and how many of these, ideas that lived in the past also live today. Instead of adopting strategies to increase social support and the development of community-based responses in low-income communities, anti-trafficking advocates place overwhelming emphasis on developing stronger methods of gathering evidence, capturing traffickers, and lengthening prison terms. Relying primarily on punitive criminal justice interventions does not comprehensively address the needs of youth involved in the sex trade, nor does it make communities of color safer. Punitive policies produce disparate outcomes for low-income communities, particularly Black communities, where Black men are disproportionately policed and prosecuted as exploiters. So again, just really looking at this through this social justice lens, there is a lot that we can see as it pertains to race, as it pertains to communities of color, as it pertains to the criminal justice system. So I'm going to share a couple of more quotes with you, and then we're going to look more specifically at a couple of ethnic groups in our country and some of the historical oppression that they have experienced that kind of plays into commercial sexual exploitation and human trafficking today. Researchers in San Diego interviewed exploiters who were currently incarcerated and noted we encountered roughly equal numbers of white, Black, white and Black facilitators of sex during interviews in the jails, with Hispanics coming in third. In fact, the ratio of white to minority facilitators may be higher than is reported here, given that our data does not account for the overrepresentation of Black and Hispanic inmates in California jails. And of course, at this point, this information that we have, we really only have from people in jail, because other folks aren't coming forward and saying, hey, I'm a pimp, I'll count, you could count my background. So just so you know, whenever we share information on traffickers, it's usually people that are in jail. So that's pretty common. All right, so we're gonna dive into a little bit historical facts on a couple of ethnic groups here, recognizing there's so many groups, we could be here for days, but just highlighting a few. Historical trauma is not about dredging up and staying stuck in the past. It's about starting a healing process to let go of that past collective trauma and moving forward. Maria Yellow Horse Braveheart. So touching first here on African Americans, I'm really looking at the historical context of African Americans during slavery. There were very specific thoughts around Black female sexuality, some which I shared in my intro to you when I talked about who I am and my ancestors' experience. And there were some very specific thoughts about Black male sexuality. And these thoughts, as you can see here on the screen, and from what I shared even previously, not only do they kind of perpetuate the exploitation of certain groups, but they also kind of protect other groups from that and kind of see them as being more kind of worthy of this idea of womanhood or pureness. We can see here with our African American males that there were similar thoughts about them during slavery in terms of them being sexual deviants and being particularly prone to sensual indulgence and desiring. Many of these ideas were really to justify the fact that they were forced to breed slave children. They were forced to do a whole lot of things. Things that they were denied were things like having the opportunity to father children or being committed to one woman. And you can see these things show up today in our communities. The powerful Western image of childhood innocence does not seem to benefit Black children. Black children are born guilty. And when you think about, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit when we talk about systemic racism, so I don't want to jump too far ahead. So anyways, the lasting impact of slavery here really looks at Black males being stereotyped as sexual predators and criminals, and Black females being stereotyped as consenting prostitutes. And so that is definitely an issue as it pertains to commercial sexual exploitation of children. Touching briefly on our Native American population, during colonization, there was everything happened to them basically. But you can see here that just like with African Americans, there were these thoughts about their women being sexually loose, mercenary, and innately immoral. Again, that was used to justify the fact that, that men were coming over here from Europe and basically taking those women, and then we can see that many of the Native women became secondary wives, but when European women came to the land, those Native wives were kind of thrown away. And many of them had children then and weren't necessarily accepted by their communities given the experience. We can also see that the US military justified the rape, murder, and sexual mutilation of Native women because they were breeders, right? And so this is, these are real historical facts that really, like African Americans, Native Americans, these are groups that are disproportionately impacted by commercial sexual exploitation. There was also, the 1800s, there was the missionary period where many Native Americans were used as victims of labor trafficking, just to kind of talk about the other form of trafficking, We, are talking about sex trafficking here, but there's also labor trafficking. There was the gold rush period where the population of Native Americans decreased by, I believe, 80%, which is just insane. And then there was the boarding school era, where so many Native American children were, separated from their families and put into boarding schools. There was, a period of time, this country where 7 in 10 of all Native children were being removed from their homes and placed in orphanages or in white foster homes or adopted into white families, and so this has a huge impact on people. This has a huge impact on ethnic groups, and it creates a whole lot of vulnerabilities that live into today. There was also the things like the Indian Relocation Act, which ultimately was sold as a dream and displaced a lot of people with not a lot of opportunity, making them vulnerable for a lot of things, including trafficking, as well as the forced sterilization of Native women. And oftentimes, because motherhood was such a central role in the Native community, when these things happened to women, they felt like they didn't have a place, and sometimes they felt outcast from their own communities and became very vulnerable to things such as trafficking and other forms of victimization as well. The genocide of American Indian people during this period has been likened to the Jewish Holocaust because it was fueled by the government's formal policies calling for extermination and religious persecution of Native people. Touching briefly on Asian Americans, there was a lot that they experienced historically too. There was, some legislation like the 1866 Act for the suppression of Chinese houses of fame. It was really targeting, Chinese individuals and making it seem like anyone that was coming over here that was Chinese, that was a woman, was a prostitute, and making them like prove they weren't, and so it was really horrible. And it actually led into some of the first, immigration laws where they were stopping people from being able to come over here or forcing them to pay like bonds that were like really expensive for that time to have to pay to be able to come over here. So just kind of fast forwarding here also to the gold rush era, there was ways that it was just made really hard for people, like through the foreign miners tax. There was also a lot of violence that was perpetrated against Chinese miners because, the gold rush was all about money, right? And so there was a lot that happened to people there. Just like African Americans and Native Americans in this country, there was a time that Chinese were also not allowed to testify. So violence against them could happen and it would be impossible to prosecute. That was also true for Native Americans. That was also true for African Americans. And Chinese women were being sold to brothel owners or to wealthy Chinese men at this time in history as well. Can also see on this next slide here, as we look at the Chinese Pacific Railroad, there was a lot of human trafficking, labor trafficking that happened as part of that process as well. There was also a lot of violence that happened against Chinese people here in America as attitudes really got developed that still exists today. And it was so funny because at the time that people were saying, oh, like the Chinese people are coming here and taking like all of our jobs, they were like 0.0002 of the whole nation's workforce. So just like so ridiculous, but part of what has happened historically. And then we can see things like the Japanese began arriving in the 1890s, and we see the picture bride system coming in where women were kind of being ordered, also we see school segregation. We see like the executive orders that kind of made the way for some of like the segregation of not only the Japanese, but also the German and Italian Americans as well. And Asians became stereotyped as the model minority, which is something that I see kind of the way, like the tide is turning on that now as they've had to respond to a lot of the violence they've experienced. And then lastly, we know that the Vietnam War, there were Asian women, they were forced to sexually serve US soldiers. And also then the Korean women were comfort women for Japanese and US soldiers during World War II. And then this last group to touch on really briefly would be our Latino Americans. And again, they experienced the prejudice, they experienced the violence of the gold rush, they experienced the lack of legal proceedings. And so a lot of that same stuff, illegal deportations, all of these things that people experience, these ethnic group experience, it creates vulnerability for lots of things, including trafficking. And then this last one here, just looking at the Reed camps, and this is where females were being kidnapped and lured from Mexico to have sex with some of the workers that were working in our agricultural fields here in our country. An example of in 2001, 50 men, traffickers and buyers were arrested and avoided prosecution because their child victims were too afraid to testify against them. and most of the victims, and sadly, were deported. So just an example of something that happens in those read camps. By overlooking race, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and anti-trafficking advocates do not anticipate and remedy the complexity of applying a victim standard to Black girls and other marginalized youth. Rather, interventions to address the commercial sexual exploitation of children have put forth a limited narrative, magnifying sensationalized depictions of violence and force, and focus primarily on strengthening law enforcement apparatuses, which reinforce racial profiling and over surveillance in low-income communities of color. So just to kind of wrap up this section on historical oppression, before we start talking about systemic racism, just want to highlight a few things that we can do. We can remember the larger context of change, which includes things like racism, historical trauma, cultural identity discrimination, right, et cetera. When we think about working with, this population and just think about this population kind of overall. We could include discussions about race and gender, in conversations about trafficking, right? So when we're talking about trafficking, we're also bringing up these things since we know that they intersect. We can also provide culturally responsive services, and that's a longer conversation, but a nice buzzword. We can talk with the youth and families that we do work with if we work directly with folks about their experiences of discrimination or perceived discrimination. It can feel really crappy to have people working with you and like you experience discrimination like every single day, but people working with you never even talk to you about it or check in about it or ask you like how that is for you or what's going on with it. It makes it seem like they don't get you. You can also stay attuned to how your own gender, race, ethnicity, basically your identity, how your own identity can impact your work with this population as well as their families, because it doesn't matter how great our heart is, who we are in this world does impact our ability to engage, or at least, our awareness of that, can, really help with that. So it impacts our ability to engage more when we're unaware. And when we're aware, it can still impact our ability, but not the same way. So a few things, other things here, if you're in a position to make a difference in this way, you want to increase diversity within your agency, and not just with direct care staff, but also within leadership, including on those board of directors. You want to provide positive examples of people from the youth culture that you're working with. And you also want to talk with, if you're in a direct service position, you want to talk with your supervisor about your biases and stereotypes and how they may come into play with youth on your caseload. And hopefully you have a supervisor that you feel safe having those conversations with, because obviously if you don't, you won't. But they're really important ones to have because we're human. And even people that have dedicated their whole life to doing social justice work, when they take those implicit and explicit bias tests, they still show biases. So it's important that we recognize that we can't get away from them because we're surrounded by all the messages every day. And we just are willing to, be self-reflective. And when they come up, especially professionally, talk to someone about them, so that we can make sure that, we're not letting those biases dictate our actions as it pertains to what we're doing for families and youth, because that would be a shame. All right. I'm just going to check the chat box really quick. Hey, my childhood friend that I grew up with ever since I was 10 years old is on this training right now, y'all. Hi, Javon. Okay, sorry, but that was really special. Okay, I just want to see if there was any questions. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, I see that Mary said people could drop questions in the chat. So I'm going to, it's kind of in 3 parts, the presentation. And so I'm going to move on to the next part, but I just wanted to make sure there was no questions about this part yet.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, that's right, Charisma, absolutely. Those children are still overrepresented, and not only overrepresented, the myriad of problems, in making sure they do get the services according to the, the acts that are in place are just whew. So there's still a whole lot there for sure. Okay, we're going to switch gears, not really switch gears that much, but kind of, and really take a closer look at the impact of structural racism on, many of our systems that our youth, are part of, because when youth are pushed out of certain systems like school, they're pushed into other things like the commercial sex industry. So it's important that we recognize the impact of structural racism on, our youth and on these systems, and how that really impacts our youth's ability to be able to thrive. We are not born with negative biases towards any particular group of people. The biases we have internalized, both consciously and unconsciously, have been primed through our experiences, images, and messages we receive every day about who is normal or desirable and belongs, and who is different or undesirable and not one of us. These messages are neither neutral or random. In the United States, whiteness is the dominant and privileged identity, socially constructed to justify conquest and slavery, and refined in laws and policies, both historic and current, that ensure that white people benefit disproportionately from the benefits of society and are protected from more of its harms. White supremacy is baked into our country's DNA. As such, what is deemed good and acceptable is norm to white people. And we have all, white people and people of color, internalized in anti-Black and brown bias. The effects of these biases result in both individual and institutional acts and are pervasive across sectors, including education, health, employment, and housing. The negative associations and assumptions we make about people of color have been wired into our unconscious mind over hundreds of years and show up in all of our institutions today. That's a powerful statement there, you know? And our institutions are made up of who? Us, people, right? Our institutions aren't this thing that's separate from us. Our institutions are made up of us people. And that's why it is so important. And, you know, in a lot of ways, I feel like we should all be pissed because none of us that are on this training today, none of us were alive when all this was put into place. You know, the institutions and the structures and all this stuff that was put into place, we weren't necessarily here to start it all, but we were born into it. So these biases and this way of thinking that many of us, you know, have, and, you know, even when we're working to be really different, you know, it's something that we inherited from the generations before us, but it's not something that we have to pass down to the generations that are coming. You know, it's something that we could do differently, but it really does require us doing the work because, you know, it has been wired into our unconscious mind over hundreds of years, you know, so since the day we were born. So, and especially if you have white skin, because if you have brown skin, you're a person of color, you're more forced to understand these issues because it's part of your daily experience. But if you hold white skin privilege, it could be easy, you know, not to be aware of this stuff because it's not necessarily your daily experience. So you have to be even more committed to doing the work. You know what I mean? And so I just want to highlight that, you know, because it can be frustrating, you know, but I think it's really important for us to recognize, like, we didn't necessarily put this stuff in place, but it is in our power to make it different for the future. So no, we're not responsible for it, but we're only responsible for making things different, not for it being the way it is right now, you know, and us becoming aware of, you know, our privilege and whatnot that we hold, whether it's white skin privilege, whether it's privilege of education or any other kind of privilege, is really important so that we can at least, at the minimum, do no harm. It's called systemic racism because it's ingrained in nearly every way people move through society, in the policies and practices at institutions like banks, schools, companies, government agencies, and law enforcement. We design policies and practices that disproportionately benefit white people and exclude and harm people of color, and then use the negative outcomes the policies produce as evidence of racial superiority and inferiority. The notion, so we're kind of, so I was just reading you some general quotes about structural racism. Now we're going to kind of take a look at the child welfare system, and then we're going to look at a couple of other systems to, you know, have a chance to explore how structural racism impacts youth who then may be pushed into the commercial sex industry or other forms of trafficking. The notion that Black children need white protection from their own families was established in the 1800s. Structural racism was built into the system to exclude Black children from the nation's emerging orphanage system, intentionally separating them. The Black community was not included in planning, and staffing was predominantly white. We should not be shocked that a separate system for Black children has survived into 2020, really now 2021, African-American families were not provided the opportunity to become licensed in the child welfare system, and it is only through the licensing process that financial and social supports are provided to caregivers. White supremacy exists in child welfare. The evidence is in the disproportionality and disparity of Black and Brown children in care, and in the many Black and Brown families denied the opportunity to secure necessary financial and social support because they are diverted from the system through an either or proposition. Take in your grandchildren, or they will end up in foster care with strangers. In law, we look at the relevance of evidence as a criterion for admission and use. If child welfare was on trial for the charge of systemic racism, decades of demonstrative, real, testimonial, and documentary evidence can be used against it. Still, the trajectory of the culture that has created the racist policies and practices in child welfare continues, and in many cases has gained momentum. And one thing we know is that a whole lot of kids that are coming out of child welfare are victimized by commercial sexual exploitation. And we have to make these connections. Okay, so now we're gonna switch gears here and touch on the education system. Racial segregation in public education has been illegal for 65 years in the United States. Yet, American public schools remain largely separate and unequal, with profound consequences for students, especially students of color. So let's look at this a little bit more. Our inequitable structural arrangements mean that children of color are much more likely to grow up in poverty and attend underfunded, under-resourced schools with other students of color living in poverty. When these students who have very likely had less experienced teachers, larger class sizes, and fewer extracurricular and enrichment activities score below state standards, the discourse that accompanies this fact most often focuses on the extra supports needed for these students, as if the problem is somehow located in the student and not in the material conditions of their educational experiences. The structural arrangement produces the outcome, low achievement for students of color. But the outcomes produce and reinforce associations in our minds between students of color and lower academic performance. And sadly, you know, as a result of that, oftentimes people do not have the same expectations from students of color and do not push them in the same direction as other students. You know, I was doing this training that we have called The Impact of Structural Racism on Foster Care Youth. I pulled some of the info that I'm sharing with you now from that training. And I remember a young service provider, she was Latina, she spoke up and she said she remembers, you know, an experience where she was, I think, in junior high or high school. And it was a young white teacher and she had a bunch of students around her. And it was mostly white students. And it was, you know, I think she said there was one Asian student besides her, and then it was her. And she was telling all the students what she thought they could be, potential. You could be an architect, like you could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer, you could be an accountant. She got to the Latina student, I think you could be a really good mom. And the girl said, like, today she is a mom and she's a good mom. But that experience always stuck with her of just the way that person saw her. They just didn't see her through the same lens as they were seeing those other, you know, predominantly white students, and didn't see that potential. So you can imagine, even if that teacher had never had that interaction, right? So say she never sat there and said that, but she would have thought it. And because of how she thinks about the student, that's what you pour into the student. You know, when students are in school and they're not being engaged and they're not, you know, being, you know, inspired and pushed to their full potential, oftentimes they disengage, you know, or they don't understand that, you know, education is like a pathway for them. You know, it's not something they get excited about because no one is, you know, seeing that they have that potential to, you know, to succeed in education, you know, based on, you know, just who they are. So it's just really important, I think, again, making these connections between, you know, where people are pushed out of and kind of where they end up in, right? More than half of the nation's school children are in racially concentrated districts where over 75% of students are either white or non-white. And you'll see why that is a big problem in just a couple of slides here. So looking at the achievement gap with African-American students in our nation, the darkest color blue, that means they're 3+ grades behind. And then kind of as the shades of blue get lighter, 2 to 3 grades behind, and then it kind of goes on down the line. The gray areas, in those areas in the country, the data was not available. But you can see that all over the country where the data is available, there are a whole lot of our darker blue or the next shade where you have your African-American students being so far behind others. And then you can kind of see the same thing here as well for our Hispanic students, same thing with the darkest brown being 3+ grades behind, and then the lighter shades going down to shorter time periods. And just want to show you one more kind of map here, looking at disparities in school discipline with African Americans. You can see here with the darkest color blue, those are places that African American students are 10 times as likely to be disciplined at school as other students. And you can kind of see how that plays itself out as it gets to the lighter shades of blue, less times. And the one place you see with like the purple, those are places where there's no Black or white students suspended at all. So it's like not even, you know, a question. But you can see that across the nation, there's a whole lot of disparities in school discipline when it comes to African Americans. So again, if you don't feel like school is a place that you're welcome, that you're wanted, then, you know, kind of where do you go from there? And then this here, this is just like the icing on the cake. Non-white school districts get 23 billion less than white districts despite serving the same number of students. So for every student enrolled, the average non-white school district receives $2,226 less than a white school district. You know, what does this say? You know, to the students in the school districts of color, you know, that are not in the white school districts, what does it say about what education means for them? You know, the quality of their materials, the quality of the buildings they're going in, the quality of the experience they're having. Does that say to them, like, education is a pathway to a better future? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I spent a lot of time in the schools that fit into this category of being schools that were, you know, non-white schools and that were in areas, you know, where there were lots of folks of color. And oftentimes, to be really, really honest with you, it felt like to me, like when they say that, like school to prison pipeline, it couldn't be more real, because it felt like oftentimes the schools were, you know, like they were getting the kids ready kind of for this next step of just kind of being like controlled and moved from one space to the next. It was like scary to me, you know, but yet when my kids, for example, they went to school in Oakland for a period of time, but then they also went to school in Walnut Creek. And when they went to school in Walnut Creek in a white school district, oh, lo and behold, honey, you know what I mean? Like it was everything. They were so inspired and so excited to go to school every day because there was so much to look forward to. You know, they were so engaged and they really felt like their education mattered and they mattered, you know, and in comparison to, you know, how many kids felt in other school districts where it just didn't feel like it mattered. There was really no reason to even be at school. And then kids get pushed out into a whole lot of other stuff, including trafficking, including drugs, including a whole lot of things that are not, you know, good for them. So, you know, with more time, I could really go into kind of more systems, because we have our healthcare system and we have, you know, our juvenile justice system. We have a lot of systems, but a lot of what we see is a lot more of the same, right? You know, is this, you know, this idea of, you know, seeing a whole lot of disproportionality and then like it not being questioned. So it's like, it's noted like, okay, we have more African-American students experiencing this, or we have more Native students experiencing this, but then kind of that next step is not being taken of, okay, why do we have this happening more to these individuals? And then why is that? And why is that, right? And really, you know, wanting to do the work to understand that, so that we're coming at it from a place of true understanding. And I think a lot of this, and I think that's why it's hard for people, it does root back to a lot of historical oppression in our country, you know, because a lot of generational trauma in our country is an outcome of historical oppression that happened to people, you know, so it can get really overwhelming, you know, but yet if we're not looking at it that way, we're not really, you know, looking at some of the core issues that we're dealing with here that don't only contribute to trafficking, but contribute to so many other issues as well. So just gonna look at some things that we can do as we're talking about systemic racism. So we wanna make sure that we are, you know, making a commitment within our agencies to address structural racism within our own organizations. Because we can't feel like this exists everywhere in the whole nation, but at our organizations, it doesn't have any kind of existence at all whatsoever. That's where we're not willing to, you know, we're not willing to clean our own house. We want to clean everybody else's house, but we can't clean our own house, you know, so we have to look at our own organizations first and foremost. We also want to learn about implicit biases in a historical and socioeconomic political context. We want to highlight and discuss with others the way current policies and practices create and reproduce inequitable outcomes that then reinforce our implicit biases, especially when these things may be showing up in programs that we're working at, or, in bigger systems that we're working at as well. We want to create or try to create emotional safety within our own agencies so we can have ongoing discussions about implicit biases and things like structural racism. If people don't feel safe to talk about these topics that are already hard to talk about, they absolutely won't. And we also want to challenge biases when they arise, whether they're our own or somebody else's. And obviously, the way we approach that is going to mean everything. Whether or not we have a relationship with the person that we're approaching is going to be really important. But it is important that we challenge biases when they arise, because that's the only way we're going to change things, is by challenging ourselves and definitely challenging each other. We also want to make sure we're taking care of ourselves, because, working on self-examination, making sure we're exploring ourselves and trying to check these biases, looking at, structural racism and how it impacts the populations that we work with, and commercial sexual exploitation of children. It's all heavy stuff. So we want to make sure that we're doing some good self-care and taking care of ourselves. It would also be good, especially for those who are providing supervision, to include discussions about structural racism into supervisions, as well as into group discussions with your teams. You also want to identify policies that reinforce these things within your own organization and try to make those needed changes. But you're not going to make those needed changes if you're not willing to see what's going on in your own house. So it's really important that, we are willing to do that form of self-examination. This next one's so important. Examine the outcome data of your program and note patterns of disproportionality, and examine why those patterns exist, and kind of seeking to do that greater work that helps to, break some of these patterns that exist. And then lastly, creating a community of providers committed to social justice to learn from and support each other. So even if you're at an agency where you're like, no one else here is really coming from this social justice mindset, Nola, it happens. So if that's where you find yourself at, try to reach out to other providers from other agencies even. It's important to have, like a group of people that have this social justice mindset, even if they're not all at your own organization. They could be other providers in the community that you can get together with from time to time and just really throw ideas around about, doing this work and what that looks like, as we try to do it through this social justice lens, right? And not continue to perpetuate some of these things that are already happening, in terms of social injustices and discrimination, racism in our society, as we, aim to do this really, really important work. Excuse me, I'm just going to take a sip of water. So if I pause, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to check the chat box for questions before I go on to our third part. Sure, we're charisma. Yes, the disparities spoke out loud and clear during distance learning. Not only the disparities in race, of course, but that intersects with race and with poverty. And so I don't know where they're at with it now, but I know early on during the pandemic, they were already saying that children that were living, at or below the poverty line were already going to be like a year or more behind, just based on access to technology and some of those issues. So yes, definitely, definitely, definitely. Okay, so we've kind of touched on historical oppression and how that kind of, ties into current day trafficking and exploitation. And then we touched on structural racism. And now we're going to touch briefly, or spend our last bit of time here, talking about cultural perspectives of trauma. Culture is a system of beliefs, values, and assumptions about life that guide behavior and are shared by a group of people. It includes customs, language, and material artifacts that are passed down from generation to generation, rarely with explicit instructions. That would be nice, right? It'd be nice if a lot of things came with instructions, but rarely with explicit instructions. And so, culture impacts so much. right? And, many people that I've talked to about culture that, really are into, studying culture, they will speak to the fact that kind of we experience the whole world through a cultural lens because of so much that it impacts. So we can see here that it impacts everything from kind of birth to death and a whole lot more in between, right? So birth, it impacts birth in terms of, how children, the rituals that may happen when a child comes into the world, it impacts marriage, in some cultures, people are married off very, very young. In some cultures, marriages are arranged. In some cultures, if you're not married by 30, everyone's looking at you like you got something wrong with you, like you got the plague or something, so there's that could be very different culturally. Even death, right? There's some cultures where, death is done very quickly and it's very, done very privately. And in other cultures, like we saw during the pandemic in our country, we're used to, experiencing death and funerals in a certain way. And it was really hard for people, to not be able to have that experience and that ritual that they're used to having when someone did pass away. There's things like gender in terms of the impact of culture. In some cultures, one gender is held way, way, way high above the other, and has much different rights and responsibilities. There's things like language, even I would throw in there, even like food is another one that I would throw in there, spirituality. There's also kind of like ideas of, individualism versus, that idea of being more a community or collective, right? And so for some cultures, it's all about, you don't do anything for yourself without doing it for the collective. In others, people are very, very much about themselves and getting ahead, even if they have family members dying to the left and right of them, so that's definitely impacted by culture. Ideas about things like ambition, acquisitions, and power are definitely, impacted by culture, as is wealth. In some cultures, it might be a lot of money and property that means you're wealthy. In others, it might mean health and the size of your family. That really means, that gives you wealth. There's also, the way the children are held in society and the way the elderly. In some societies, the elderly are put up on a pedestal and seen as great sources of wisdom. In other cultures, the elderly are put away in homes and seen as a burden, to those in that culture. There's also like the LGBTQ identity and how that could be held in some cultures. In some cultures, it's like not fully accepted, but you can not worry about, dying. In others, it's like you wouldn't even dream of coming out into that identity because you probably would be murdered. There's also dress as part of culture, as well as this idea of differentness, right? In some cultures, the idea of differentness may be embraced, and in others, it may be like, no, if you're not like us, we don't want any part of you. And then there's also subcultures, right? And so for youth and who experience commercial sexual exploitation, especially if they're being trafficked over an extended period of time, they oftentimes are also part of this subculture, of the commercial sex industry. People that are in the military, they might be in this subculture, right, of the military. Sometimes, like, even if you're like a teacher and you work at schools, you might have that subculture that you exist in that educational environment. And so, there's kind of this, culture that many of us come from in terms of our background. And then there's also subcultures we may be a part of. And then for some people too, you may come from more than one culture, right? So it may have been, even more of a challenge to kind of, figure out how all of these things may have fit for you if there may have been more than one culture to embrace and to try to, figure out. So bottom line here is that culture impacts a whole lot. So as we think about culture and trauma, some areas that, we want to consider that are really, impacted, by culture can be how people perceive control, right? So how much they may feel personally responsible for what happens to them or to their ethnic community, that could definitely vary culture to culture. As well as conflict. Not only how do they react to conflict, but what goals do they have in resolving conflict? I mean, when I was growing up, and I'm thankfully, now today, I'm not someone who likes any kind of conflict, like in terms of like at least physical altercations, but when I was growing up, the way that my mom raised us, and, so this was how I understood conflict through my culture, and it took a while to understand it differently, was she would say, if someone tries to come and fight you, you better fight them back and you better win. And if you don't fight them back, when you come home, I'm gonna whoop your ass. Excuse my language. But that was like what we were told. And I thought it was just my mom. But when I was around other people that are from my culture or similar cultures, a lot of other people told me that they were told the same thing as well. And so we just have to figure, like, if that's what you're told in your culture, that's gonna shape how you react to conflict. And that's gonna shape the goals that you may have in resolving the conflict. Like maybe your goal in resolving the conflict is winning. Maybe your result on the resolving conflict is whooping someone's butt. You know what I mean? Who knows, based on, how that's been for you, so just, that's another thing to consider is that, culturally that could look a whole lot different for different people, as well as just kind of the overall views of life. How much do they feel personally responsible for what happens to them or their community? And that also could be perceived really, really differently based on the cultural background that someone's coming from. So we want to be mindful of how injustices, discrimination, and oppression done to people in one's community in current day are traumatic, right? Because, and this is what I touched on earlier, I didn't go too far into it because I know we were going to touch on it here. If you're working with people that are like experiencing, different kind of social injustices like discrimination and oppression, whether this be a Black youth, whether this be an LGBTQ youth, because there are lots of different people that experience discrimination, that are based on factors that are not just based on race, but on other factors, right? And so, if you're working with one of those youth, but you're never kind of questioning, how, first of all, you're impacted by maybe what's happening in those communities, but, more importantly, how they are impacted, that's problematic because that means that we're not having conversations with them about that. We're not checking in with them about it. And it's like, for example, when George Floyd was murdered, if you were working with a Black person and you were not bringing that up as part of the conversation, I just don't know what you were doing, because I don't know a Black person who was able to think about anything other than that. You know what I mean? So if we're providing services to Black youth and we're not finding ways to, bring up some of these topics, and maybe they don't want to talk about it. Maybe they do. But, it's the idea of being able to say, I know this is something that really is impacting your community. So if you wanted to talk about this, I can open up some space and to have that conversation. And that doesn't mean you have any answers to these social justice issues. That means you're willing to sit with them while they process some of their thoughts and feelings about some of these things that are happening. Because it's hard to feel like people really give a crap about you if big things like this are happening to your community and people aren't even checking in about it. So it's important that, just because we're not a person that's directly impacted by the discrimination or oppression, it doesn't mean we're not impacted by it. When George Floyd was murdered, I know that it was more than just Black folks who were impacted by it. So that's why it's important that we not only think about how our youth and families are impacted, but also how we are impacted by it. And also not how only we're impacted by it, but how we view what is happening, because that's also going to, definitely play into our ability and even our willingness to have some of these conversations, with the young people, their families, or, adults that we may come into contact with, which is really important. So looking at culture and healing, we were just looking at culture and trauma for a bit there. Some things to consider here. One would be that ideas of well-being, they differ across cultures. So, and we have to get out of our own self, or at least get out of our Western lens of thinking. How we see culture through a Western lens, or even through our own cultural lens, isn't necessarily, the full scope of how healing is experienced or viewed by other people, right? So we want to remember that methods of healing differ across cultures, and we want to think about how we reconcile kind of our differing views of maybe healing in the work we're doing with others. One thing that I really love when I think about this piece of it is there's a colleague that I work with, and she is a survivor. But before she was a survivor, she went through a lot, including a lot of addiction and stuff, and her whole family was kind of jacked up, and they're Native people. And her little brother had went to juvenile hall. And while he was in juvenile hall, somebody had the insight to seek out a Native elder to come in to provide him with healing resources that were not traditional. Well, to make a long story short, that one contact led to the restoration of that entire Native family, which is why she became my colleague, because it led to the restoration of her own life as well. And she said she knows for a fact that had they not been introduced to that Native elder, because they had no connection to Native elders, just based on their family's experience, that she believes the family still would have been struggling a whole lot. And if we only would have saw it through a Western lens and only offered them talk therapy and the resources that we had, they may not have been where they're at right now. So we want to remember that, there's lots of different modes of healing, and we don't want to just limit it to what we see through the Western lens. lens or even through our own cultural lens. And so, healing can include, writing, it can include talking, painting, dancing, singing. And this is just a very, very short list. We could put 20 more things on there. Just to say that healing does not just include one thing. It can include a lot of different things. And according to many different cultures, it does include a lot of different things. It includes the drum, it includes song. I know recently in Oakland, California, where there's been a lot of murders, the murder rate's been up by, last time I checked, it was over 215%. And so a lot of mothers have been losing their children. And so one of the things that they've been doing is they've been getting together and doing what we call ancestral wailing circles. I think they're more powerful when we do them by the beach. So where we get together and we get into a circle and we call out the names of those who have been lost, those who have been murdered, those who are dead, and just kind of it's called wailing out, cry and scream and call. And, that becomes a modality of healing that's not necessarily sitting inside of a therapist's office. But I'm going to tell you right now, like, it is a cleansing of the spirit and of, a lot of those emotions that, become, such a burden in trying to function on a day-to-day, experience when people are experiencing things like that. So the wailing circles are just one example, right, of, how people, and they're doing that from the African culture and tradition, of using those wailing circles. We also want to remember that we don't want to just focus, and so kind of switching gears here again now to look at culture, healing, and resilience. We don't want to just focus on the individual's healing and resilience. We also want to consider the family and community's healing and resilience. So again, it's wonderful to experience individual healing, but it's hard to experience that healing fully when so many people that look like you and that come from your communities and your families are suffering in so many different ways. So it's really important that we understand that, like, remember, especially, I can use so many ethnic groups, but I'll use African Americans for an example, since that's what I represent. For example, like, where was the collective or community healing for African Americans post-slavery? We're talking about brutality, rapes, murders, lynching, beatings. Where has been the collective healing? You know what I mean? So just the understanding, I'm not saying that like we're going to answer this, but the understanding that yes, people have to do individual healing, but there is also, healing that needs to happen within families and communities that is equally as important to this process of really, healing and resilience. In the context of exposure to significant adversity, whether psychological, environmental, or both, resilience is both the capacity of individuals to navigate their way to health-sustaining resources, including opportunities to experience feelings of well-being, and a condition of the individual's family, community, provide these health resources and experiences in culturally meaningful ways. So with culture and resiliency, we want to remember that resiliency is often conceptualized through a Western lens, which may overlook community and cultural factors. So you just want to really think about that, right? Also, there's a great variation across cultures in how youth cope, and not all of it is how we want them coping, but just acknowledging that, some of the ways that youth cope, it's not just like they cope this way. This is how they cope, this is how their grandmother coped, this is how their great-grandmother coped, this is how their mama and daddy cope, you know what I mean? So just recognizing that, even though it may not be the most desirable way, that recognizing that there is a great variation across cultures in how our young people cope. And then this multidimensional construct is important to hold, the definition of which is negotiated between individuals and their communities, right? So that's really important for us to be able to hold both of those things. Because most of us consciously experience ourselves as good, moral, and decent human beings, the realization that we hold a biased worldview is very disturbing. Thus, we prefer to deny, diminish, or avoid looking at ourselves honestly. Yet, research suggests that none of us are immune from inheriting the racial, gender, and sexual orientation biases of our society. We have been socialized into racist, sexist, and heterosexist attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors. Much of this is outside the level of conscious awareness. Thus, we engage in actions that unintentionally oppress and discriminate against others, which is why I talked about earlier about it's heavy work. If we want to make the change, we got to change us because we've been infected by all this stuff. So if we want to change the world, we got to change ourselves so that we can change the future generations to come. But we have to first realize that there's a disease that we've been infected by. And we have to begin to heal ourselves from the disease so we don't pass it on. So looking at a few more things we can do here, be aware of our ethnocentrism. Be aware of it, right? And then we could be aware of it. Then we could, be mindful of recognizing that there are other people, cultures, things, views, all of it. Be mindful of stereotypes or generalizations. Just because I'm Black and Dr. Denise is Black don't mean that we have the exact same experience, right? And so, just because two people come from the same culture doesn't mean that they have the exact same experience in that culture. So it's still important to get to know the individuals. Recommend against using family or friends as interpreters to protect confidentiality. Sometimes we do it because we can't, sometimes being lazy, sometimes because we're having a hard time finding someone that can interpret, but just recommend against it. Understand the youth and family's perspective of their stressor, trauma, or illness. Whatever they're dealing with, it's important that we understand it from their perspective. Be mindful of how culture impacts one's willingness to seek help in the social service and mental health field. If historical oppression, but I mean, I'm sure you can, just gain from what we touched on briefly, that there would be some mistrust of just our government and systems across the board for many ethnic groups based on what they experienced, not by like some individual racist, but under United States laws, that kind of solidified it all. And we also want to be mindful or consider the impact of generational trauma and oppression on the youth and their family. And so that's why we spent a lot of time here today with talking about historical oppression. Definitely recommend, if you all have not already taken trainings on generational trauma, recommend that you do that. We do offer one through Nola Brantley Speaks right now. I think the only place that has scheduled some are for anyone who's in Alameda County. We have some scheduled out there and they're free to attend and all of that. But that's another important one, I think, for us to be able to take. And when we looking at this issue of commercial sexual exploitation of children, especially as we're looking at it through a social justice lens, I think understanding generational trauma is another really important one as well.
Just popping in to say it's the 10-minute warning.
Thank you. So we are going to end off here with a video that I love. If you've been to some of my trainings, you may have seen it because I play it a lot, because I love it a lot. It just is a good video to cap off everything that we talked about today. It's 3 young ladies from an organization called Get Lit that's based here in Los Angeles, and they're about to spit some spoken word.
I'm so proud of my next guests. They're 3 young women who are determined to change the world, one word at a time. They're part of a nonprofit organization called Get Lit, a program here in Los Angeles focused on teaching teens literacy through poetry. They recently opened for John Legend at the Hollywood Bowl, and now they are here to share their powerful performance with us. Please welcome Melissa, Zaria, and Rhiannon.
Here in America, in every single state, they have a set of standards for every subject, a collection of lessons that the teacher is required to teach by the end of the term.
But the greatest lessons you will ever teach us will not come from your syllabus.
The greatest lessons you will ever teach us, you will not even remember. You never told us what we weren't allowed to say. We just learned how to hold our tongues. Now, somewhere in America, there's a child holding a copy of Catcher in the Rye, and there's a child holding a gun.
But only one of these things have been banned by their state government, and it's not the one that can rip through flesh.
It's the one that says F you on more pages than one, because we must control what the people say, how they think.
And if they want to become the overseer of their own selves,
then we'll show them a real one. And somewhere in America, there's a child sitting at his mother's computer, reading the homepage of the KKK's website, and that's open to the public. But that child will have never read To Kill a Mockingbird because the school has banned it for its use of the N-word.
Maya Angelou is prohibited
prohibited because we're not allowed to talk about rape in school. We were taught that just because something happens doesn't mean you are to talk about it.
They build us brand new shopping malls
So that we'll forget where we're really standing. On the bones of the Hispanics, on the bones of the slaves, on the bones of the Native Americans, on the bones of those who fought just to speak. Transcontinental railroad to Japanese internment camps. There are things missing from our history books. But we were taught that it is better to be silent than to make them uncomfortable. Somewhere in America,
private schoolgirls search for hours through boutiques trying to find the prom dress of their dreams.
while kids on the South Side spend hours searching through the lost and found, because winter's coming soon and that's the only jacket they have. Kids are late to class for working the midnight shift. They give awards for best attendance, but not for keeping your family off the streets. These kids will call your music ghetto. They will tell you don't talk right.
Then they'll get in the backseat of a car with all their friends,
Sing about how they're about that life and we can't stop. Somewhere in America,
schools are promoting self-confidence,
while they whip out their scales and shout out your body fat percentage in class.
where the heftier girls are hiding away, and the slim fit beauties can't help but giggle with pride.
The preppy kids go thrift shopping because they think it sounds fun. But we go because that's all we got money for. Because mama works for the city. Mama only gets paid once a month. Somewhere in America, a girl's getting felt up by a grown man on the subway.
She's still in her school uniform, and that's part of the appeal.
It's hard to run in knee socks and Mary Janes, and all her male teachers know it too. Coaches cover up star players raping freshmen after the dance.
Women are killed for rejecting dates.
But God forbid I bring my girlfriend to prom. A girl is blackout drunk at the after party. Take a picture before her wounds wake her. How many pixels is your sanity worth?
What's a 4.0 to a cold jury?
What you learn in class today? Don't talk loud. Don't speak loud. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your head down.
Keep your eyes on your own paper. If you don't know the answer, fill in.
Always wear earbuds when you ride the bus alone. If you feel like someone's following you, pretend you're on the phone. A teacher never fails, only you do. Every state in America, the greatest lessons are the ones you don't remember learning.
All right, yeah, those young ones are amazing. So just want to refocus us back here on self-care, because we did talk about a lot of heavy stuff, over the course of this last 90 minutes. So I want to remind you all to take care of yourself. I hope that I was able to do a good job in helping to make some connections there, between the commercial sexual exploitation of children and so many things that are happening in our social tapestry that, kind of create the conditions, because oftentimes people wonder, how does this happen? Because we have the conditions in our society in which allow for it to be possible. So thank you for being willing to show up. I'm sorry that you couldn't see my face. I'm a very animated person, so I actually enjoy being on camera. I even like looking at myself being animated while I talk to you all. So trust me, it was not my pleasure, but I'm really happy that, even though that camera was flipping out on me today, I could still be here with you all, and that you had at least a picture of me and the PowerPoint slides. And so I'm happy for that and grateful. Thank you for the opportunity, San Mateo County Office of Education. Mary, thank you for bringing me out. I really, really appreciate it, and hope that you all got something out of it.
Thank you so much. That was just mind-blowing, Nola. Very much appreciated. Thanks for all of everything you just shared. It was very powerful. And I encourage you to read the chats, because everyone's just giving you tons of praise.
You guys are so generous. Thank you.
So thank you all. I know we've been through quite a lot and a lot of heart and soul today that's been shared. But I do want to turn it over to Janae Luttrell and Amanda LeBlanc to bring us home.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Nola. I have never had the privilege of meeting you in person, but I have had the privilege of being in your audience many times over the years, oftentimes in person. You couldn't pick me out, but I could pick you out. And just to be in this space talking about our county and having you bring your whole self and helping us challenge ourselves and who we are and all of our strengths and all of our gaps, so that we can be the professionals, the adults, the caretakers that our young people need. Just such an honor. Thank you, thank you. I'm sure many of you are feeling it. I am. But we have some closing work to do together. But if you're if you need to do something, pop a word in. What are you feeling? Just, capture it if you can and pop it in the chat, because I'm sure in our ideal, we would be connecting and processing together all the brilliance that Nola just shared. And we don't really have the time this time, but this is not going to be our only time. So we did want to, follow through on our promise to make some stuff connect in ways that maybe are hanging out there for some of you all. And I'm going to turn it over to Amanda, who's put together some PowerPoint slides for us and get us moving on. Now what?
So the first thing that, thank you, Janae, and thank you to Nola and to everyone else. It has been such a day of learning and sponging up all of that information. And so I want to talk a little bit about kind of what's happening right now and what can we do to take an action step forward. So first off, I want to just clarify, what is an MDT? So an MDT is a multidisciplinary team meeting. And for CSEC, those come mostly through Child and Family Services. So I'm going to talk about them, but I'm also going to invite the CSEC supervisor from Child and Family Services, Jeremy Latta, if you'd like to jump in and talk a little bit about if the process has changed at all, or there's something else you would like people to do. One of the most important things that that we want to get across is that the commercial sexual exploitation of children, or any sexual exploitation of children, is child sexual abuse, and so should be reported to the CFS hotline. Jeremy, you want to say anything about that? No. Okay, fine. It should be reported to the CFS hotline. And what the screeners at the hotline need are facts that align to the indicators in the See It tool. And also, every time new information comes in, you should be calling again and again and again, because what we know is that the risk factors for CSEC often look, feel, and smell like intuition and feeling before we actually have facts. And so we invite you to report to CFS. That's the way that MDTs are happening. If consult with the people in your discipline, and also to come to the MDTs when they are held. And the best way to do that is for the social worker to understand what your relationship is with the youth so that you can be invited.
Amanda, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you hit present on your slide so we can see it a little bit bigger?
Yeah, I think.
Hit the present button over on the right.
I have to look for it. Hold on a second.
On the right side next to the share button.
Next to the share button. Oh, here?
On the right.
Okay, the other right.
Keep going right.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
There you go. All right. How's that? All right, great. So once the social worker is aware of the relationship that you have with a certain youth, then they can invite you to the multidisciplinary team meeting. And the multidisciplinary team meeting is really for case planning, and also to see who is already surrounding this youth and what do they need. And sometimes that means that that actions are taken by the MDT members, and sometimes it means that we go out and we do trainings for people who we want to support them. We don't want to add people willy-nilly to these youth. What we want to do is make sure that the relationships that they have are consistent, and also that they're getting what they need, and or creatively thinking about ways to introduce new people. Okay? Jeremy, last chance. That's all.
Yeah, just a couple of things.
Yes, please.
So you'll probably get an email either from me or Mary and Rosanna and Renee at the Office of Ed have been doing an amazing job reaching out to schools and helping build the teams. So look out for those. But please invite your other colleagues. We only know maybe pockets. So maybe the social worker gave me one name, but you know 4 or 5 people at your agency that have a contact with this youth. Please just alert us. We'll keep extending the invitation. The idea is to get as big a team as possible to figure out who has that connection and how do we collaborate across those people to support the youth. And so the more people we can have in the discussion is really great. And so that way you can help us build that team, because really the strength comes from having those people that know the youth. Often CFS may have some knowledge, but not the depth of knowledge that people have that work with the youth on a day-to-day basis, that come from knowing them through years of schooling or other agency contacts. So please do those. And let us know what support you need. Come with ideas of what would be useful, and so we can all kind of build that network and support each other through the process. So definitely bring what you need to help.
And if I can add in here, we are trying hard, with 24 districts in San Mateo County. We have many children that attend a K-8 district and then feed into a high school district. So sometimes the person at a high school district will know who that student worked with last year in 8th grade, right? So please also connect outside of just your, think about other adults and care and providers that are connected even outside of your own system that would be appropriate to provide background and context.
And the action item that we can all do from today is to knowledge share with our coworkers and our colleagues, and to really express what you learned, what you took away, and what else do we need to know. And so the County Office of Education, RTS, and CFS do trainings on these topics on a regular basis. And so please reach out. The last slide, and I'll make sure that this goes out to everybody, as a contact list for us so that you can reach out. We're certainly not the only trainers in this field, but we are the local kind of trainers who are really in the work each day. So what can you do next? Join the fight. Get a training for your folks. Keep reporting child sexual abuse. Please go to meetings, investigate your own responses, get consultation on cases so that we can move them forward. And here is our contact information. I will make sure that Shalane has this. And if there are any other email addresses or anything that we want to include, we certainly can. Mary, I saw something in the chat, but I don't know if I can't see it for some reason.
There was a question about if there is a CFS social worker assigned to a CSEC case. If you get new information about a case, is it sufficient to contact that caseworker directly, or should you call the CFS hotline? And based on the conversations we've had in recent MDTs, I suggested they do both.
Yes, definitely. Sorry if I just chime in. If there is a new concern of a new report as a mandated reporter, please make sure you're notifying the hotline within the timely manner, because sometimes social workers may be out or things, but the hotline will generate that response and make sure all those pieces are connected, as well as then you can collaborate with the social worker. But for your reporting side, if it's new CSEC specific, please do call the hotline so it can be recorded as quickly as possible.
One other thing I'd like to add is, for folks who have been in the field for a while and have made child and family services reports out of concern as a student is being trafficked. That's why the document that Amanda and, I'm sorry, who developed it? Amanda and Jeremy? Just kind of some helpful guidance when you're making a child and family services report, when you're concerned a student's trafficked. Child and family services have to meet their legal threshold to be able to open an investigation and pursue what pathway they can pursue. But oftentimes that doesn't happen, right? With our reports, we have the suspicion and the concern, and we're dedicated reporters, and so we make the report. So sometimes folks can be frustrated. Just know that there is a whole legal framework behind how and when Child and Family Services can activate. But our team here at the County Office of Education, under Mary McGrath, we're also doing what's called a safety net meeting to make sure. So if you're a school district and you've made a report and you get notice that it was evaluated out, you might want to bring that case here to a school-specific group that can talk through different interventions and supports that we could be doing, hopefully to mitigate the risk, or maybe also engaging in ways that we might learn more that could activate some partnership with Child and Family Services. It could be some way to link in RTS, et cetera.
Mary, were there any other questions in the chat that we can answer?
Yeah, there's one right now. What do we do as school counselors when there's an active investigation and we can't really ask questions or gain insight to help our students? So I'll tell you what I was writing before. I was suggesting that they contact me or you, because there is an active investigation. CFS can't, necessarily express it. Or if there's further concerns to what Janae just talked about, is like, call us and we can schedule a safety net meeting to review other supports that might be able to be put in place while the investigation is going on. And then also Pamela Estes has dropped a link in there to sign up for the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Initiative newsletter. So that's another way to stay informed with things that are going on.
Jeremy, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add too, if there is an open CPS investigation, while we may not be able to share all the details, if you're reaching out to the hotline and alerting that you want to be part of the MDTs when one gets scheduled, that would allow for a lot more information sharing, because the MDT opens up information sharing within that setting that may not be able to be done sort of on a one-on-one basis. But because of the statutes that guide our MDT, we're able to share more openly once we're invited in that meeting itself. And so by alerting that to our hotline or the social worker directly, hopefully that'll get the invite to that meeting.
Yes, and Jeremy, if they are contacting the social worker directly, they can request an MDT as well, right?
Yes, they could definitely request and kind of push that through and reach out to me if there's any kind of confusion about how to get that process going. And it's an open CFS case, I can help navigate some of those things, because sometimes there are multiple different social workers or points in our contact, so I can help figure some of that out with you.
The other thing I'd like to share is that we at the County Office of Education, as Amanda said, are available and willing to come and help provide trainings at your school site with your organization. But the other thing is oftentimes we notice multiple risk factors. And so we may not necessarily have suspicion that a student is currently being trafficked, but we can see risk factors that are present in that young person's life. And we want to help mitigate some of those risk factors and develop some skills. So we've had a couple districts ask us for support in adopting some curriculum and pursuing some prevention, whether it's a tier 1 or tier 2. And so that's going to be some active work that we're doing this summer. And we would love to hear, in fact, we've already heard during this time today of a school schools that are interested in exploring actually implementing, dedicating some time, again, either as a tier 1 or tier 2, to help provide interventions and supports. While Child and Family Services is an amazing partner and they play a really important role, we also have a lot more that we could be doing as a within our systems and across our county, so that we have a more robust way that we're interrupting and preventing trafficking from happening.
Absolutely, yeah. And if prevention is something that you as an agency or as a discipline are really interested in, as RTS is, please reach out. Let's get together. Let's start talking. There are some best practices that we know of and that we may need funding or staffing or other things to get going. But I can tell you as an advocate, and I know that everyone on our planning committee, it doesn't feel good to wait until someone is exploited in order to start doing the work. We would rather make San Mateo County, as Janae says, a hard target, and let them know that we are not going to be a place where children can be exploited. not to push them out to other counties, Dr. Carle, but also to make sure that we are feeling like we are doing both intervention and prevention, because we know that those are intertwined for survivors. Does anyone else have any other questions or ideas that they want to throw out?
Just one thing I thought of that you've included on this last slide here, though, is we at SNC, we have been developing different communities of practice for school counselors and for social emotional learning, possibly restorative justice practices. So I would be interested to know if anyone's interested, like as we move forward in this work in this county, if we form like a CSEC community of practice. So that's something I'm willing to participate and help facilitate if people are interested. And Aida says yes, so there's two of us at least.
You makes a meeting, there you go.
So if you could let us know when you do complete your training eval, then we'll make sure you're included. And I do want to say, not only just on the topic of CSEC or human trafficking, labor, and sex, but also on the dynamics that we discussed today. If you're a system that really recognizes ways that you need to be interrupting some of the disproportionality or better responding and mitigating the ways in which our systems, kind of further perpetuate some of the risk factors at times, then that could also be a space that we come together and do it together, because it's hard work and we all have to do that work together. So it's not just about the topic, it's also about the conditions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And then I'm not closing it down, so if you have anything percolating, still feel free to chime in. But just as a reminder, you're going to be receiving a comprehensive email from Shalane Peterson today, and that will include the PowerPoint presentations. Help me, friends, I'm not going to have it all. It'll include the document that we discussed about helpful hints when making a child and family services report. Hopefully it will include this presentation, so all of you can have our contact information. Will it include anything else? Am I forgetting?
Couple handouts.
Yeah, slide decks. Did you say that?
Yes, and a couple handouts.
Great.
Okay.
And something from RTS too, right, Amanda?
A bunch of stuff from RTS.
There we go.
A bunch of stuff from RTS, absolutely. And as a last introduction, I don't want anyone to go away without meeting our deputy director, Lori Thomas, who is taking on a lot of the CSEC and crisis intervention work for RTS. So her information is on this last slide. Lori, please, if you need a case consultation or anything like that, please reach out to her. And we are happy to talk through anything, bring up ideas, try to help, especially for other service agencies that aren't affiliated with schools or CFS. So Lori, do you want to just wave from your box wherever you are?
Yep, I'm here.
There she is.
Hello.
Lori's been a longtime advocate with RTS, and I'm so excited that she's going to officially join our CSEC team. So please reach out to her. And if you have any other questions or ideas, we would love to hear them.
We do have some commitment cards to drop in the chat. So want to make sure we do that before everyone slides away. Would you like me to explain those?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is something that we've started at in our organization at the County Office of Education to give a little tap on the shoulder of our colleagues of, hey, I really like this, you did a great job, or I'm grateful for this. And so we thought that after this inspiring series of speakers and this time together in this space, that we could change it up a bit and fill out commitment cards. So what is something that you're willing to commit to in regards to helping our youth that are at risk of being trafficked or in fact are experiencing commercialized sexual exploitation? So Shalane has helpfully dropped the comment card in the chat. you're welcome to email it to us, but I was thinking of it also as a way, just a commitment to yourself of this is something I can do. Because many times I walk away from a conference going, yes, I'm doing it. This is it. This is exciting. I'm motivated. And then like, you know what, peters out after time because you've got your regular job to do as well. So to have something that you can just put up by your desk to keep you motivated and think of those youth that need our support and need this, and all of us that need this community to make a difference. So just wanted to give you that opportunity.
Any final thoughts or questions or closing messages for the group?
I just want to reiterate that I am incredibly grateful for the participation today, for the learning, for the openness, and for the discussions. And as you know, as someone who's been working in San Mateo County, for a long time, I'm really excited about the action steps and really, rejoining the momentum as we all come back out into the world. And also, as Nola said, please take care of yourselves today. Be gentle with yourselves and do something nice for yourselves. I'll have Denisha say that again, so it's a doctor's order. But please take care of yourself. Be gentle with yourselves. A lot of times when people leave something like this, they often start thinking about those cases that like things are clicking in their head and it's starting to make sense. And they may be thinking, I didn't do enough. And I just want you to know from our perspectives and from all of the learnings that we've done that when you know better, you can do better. And so today, let's start, let's work together, let's create community and move forward. So I just want to say thank you to everybody on behalf of RTS and the Planning Committee.
Yes, and thank you again to our presenters, Charisma, Sierra, Amanda, Mary, Denisha, Nola, all the support of Shalane. She's kept us here and all of you. So looks like you're going to get a couple extra minutes in your day, but if you're somebody who wants to stick around because you'd like a little bit of a smaller conversation, please do so. Otherwise, please expect your email and take the time to fill out an evaluation and give us feedback. We're committed to keeping this conversation going. We're committed to more convenings if that's what you would like. And we're looking forward to really making a difference in this county together. So enjoy your afternoon and we will see you